Hey everybody, this is Jason Bosch, and I am here with.
Allison.
Yeah, we haven't done one together. It's been a little while since we've recorded one of these. A lot's happened.
Definitely.
Yeah, I've been out of town. I was down in New Mexico. I was camping, and I did a. I'm still working on it, but I'm working on a video for a nonprofit that does. It works with horses for therapeutic horses. So that's what I've been up to. But yeah, we had you know I sent you, Allison. I'd come across this Patrick Ryan clip, and I sent it to you. And then there's some other ones that we've talked. And then you've been posting some of the stuff with Dave Snowden. And
Yeah.
yeah, there's a lot of content here to talk about. So do you want to just kind of
Yeah. So I'll give you a little sort of background. Yeah, I was putting out like a lot of material about RFK Jr. and Eisenstein. And then it was right in the lead up. I went down to celebrate my mom's 80th birthday. And we had about a week and a half together. And it was really lovely. And then, so I came back and I was finishing working on her quilt. And then it turns out I got some big news that essentially my spouse of 29 years has notified me that he had been having an affair with a nurse for 2 years and was asking for a divorce. And it was totally unexpected. So I've been scrambling for a couple weeks. I wrote a little blog post about it. And, I'm, part of what helps me like hold it in a certain way is that having done all of this research, like I understand how these systems structure how people view the world, right? And so in his the framing that he used was that he sort of realized what I was about during the lockdowns, right? And that I guess that precipitated that, we don't have the same worldview. Of course, that was largely manufactured, at a global scale and then amplified. And part of what was sort of an activator in that was the availability of dating apps, which is I've never downloaded a dating app. I'm happily married supposedly for 29 years, but these apps like are conveniences. And, and I at one point I said, I'm pretty sure if that app didn't exist, like this would not be the course, that this would be going down because he's a very gentle person. I just can't not to say that affairs couldn't happen at work or other places, but I just don't see my husband going up and scouting women in a bar. Like it just wasn't that sort of thing. But, he even articulated he was, hoping to assess his value in the free marketplace or something like that, which is crazy because he's not even a business person, right? But this is how people imagine themselves and under stress, right? We were all under so much trauma. And so it unfolded. And one of the reasons I wanted for us to talk about some of this cognitive domain management is because, people follow my work. They may know that I've been sort of estranged from my young adult child over the same sorts of things. And these are people who like know and love me, right? And just trying to figure out beyond simply propaganda or something like that, or polarized political ideology, how it is that the people that you love, who have loved you, can't see you anymore, like can't imagine who you are. And the framing is that I've changed, and I'm like, no, I'm pretty much the same. I just have new sets of information. But there's like a blockage. And even, when I was visiting with my mother a couple times, I tried to explain to her some of this stuff, and like the reactions were very unusual. And my mother had been a social worker. She worked in a preschool. I was trying to talk to her about the surveillance play tables and the Heckman equation. And she just sort of fell apart in tears and said like she just had too much on her plate and couldn't think about it. And, I was like, well, I'm doing this for my child and the kids who are later. Like I know this, and, and she identifies as, a Christian, right? And I'm like, we have a responsibility. I mean, those of us who know and see something bad coming on, like we should try to talk about it. And, at that point, I just told her, I said, Mom, this is what I need. I need you to say, like, I don't understand everything that you're saying, but like, I know it sounds really important, and I know you're good at it and that your heart is in it, and I'm proud of you for standing up for this, even though I don't fully understand it. It seems like it's really hard, and to have some compassion at that way. And she literally could not do that. And so, and I'm just feeling like there's some structure that is in place around the mindsets that goes beyond Bernays, goes beyond how we traditionally understand propaganda, that is wading into the cognitive neuroscience, wading into, possibly nanotech or these frequency things that are literally geofencing those of us who are outliers away from our community, including our closest community, which is our family. And, so there are these communication failures that seem to be structured on purpose. And, I've forgiven my husband. He acknowledges his mistake and how he went about it. And I forgive him because I want us to still be a family together. And I still have love in my heart for my family. I mean, it is a betrayal, but it can be forgiven and move forward in a new way. And I think I am supposed to, continue this work in a new way. And I guess the challenge for me and you, both of us, like we've stepped off of large swaths of social media. Like we're still here, like we still have a channel and I still have my blog. But once you understand how the steering is happening, like how do we interface with community, often at a distance because the outliers are so dispersed, in a way that doesn't inadvertently rope us into these digital twins and this algorithmic manipulation, MK Ultra plus blockchain, and I don't have a good answer to that, but I think these are things that as we move into a new stage of our development and new examining new ways of being in the world with some of this heavy information, it's something that we need to think about. So, you'd shared that with me, and we have a bunch of clips, and I think it's useful to walk through just to figure out like what the heck happened, because I know, Jason, you've described how your community, right? Like you had, a very networked, robust network of community where you live, and, friends and people who have shared interests. And then that's been fragmented over time as well. So I think we both in our different ways have been bumping up against like, what is this digital geofencing stuff?
Yeah. Yeah. So we've had a few conversations this past week, and, and I've been talking about, my experiences over the past several years, of just slowly like having people peel off and turn away from me. And I'm like, hey, like, we're not still friends anymore. What's going on here? And also having family members, not only oppose what I'm doing, but not even understand what it is I'm, like what my point of view is, where I'm coming from. And that's like the biggest frustration. So I'm okay with someone having a different point of view. Hey, let's talk about it. What do you think that's different than the way I'm looking at this thing? But what's happening is they're making a judgment. They're putting me they're labeling me, putting me into a category, and then making a judgment without having any comprehension hardly at all about what it is, the work that I'm doing, and what it is my perspective on what's happening is. So I've had some challenges in my own right with family members being angry at me, upset with me, friends turning their backs on me, and basically not wanting to have anything to do with me, where I did, like I said, I spent 17 years doing this documentary film festival where I was I was a pretty respected person in the community. And like you said, I haven't changed. I haven't changed either. Like in this whole thing, my values have been consistent and the same thing. You get more information. You're like, oh, wait, this is actually part of what's going on. Oh, this is happening. Okay. So I need to I've had to reorient myself several times in my life. Still having the same values, but in terms of my relationship to the world and my understanding about how the world actually operates, and the stories and the mythologies that we, so much of us, live by, realizing that they're not accurate, and then trying to go ahead. Sorry. I hear some weird noise.
Yeah, let me shut the window.
Sure.
Sorry, they're doing some construction next door.
So there's a show called Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
It should be always noisy and
right. Exactly. Yeah. Hopefully it
yeah.
won't keep going, but
That's all right.
um,
Well, yeah, so basically, I have a lot of sympathy for, what you're going through. And hold on. Still felt my audio was a little high there. Yeah, so I have a lot of sympathy for what you're going through, even though like my experience is obviously very different. But there is something that's happening, I think, cognitively with people and their communities and the groups that they're in. So yeah, we have a lot of interesting things to talk about here.
yeah. Well, and I just want to do a little bit of a show and tell of now. I haven't read all of these books all the way through, but I've dipped into all of them. And so, we've talked before about Marshall McLuhan, the understanding media, the medium is the message. And so that's, I think, so important as we understand extended reality and blockchain and algorithms and reinforcement and all of that. And then when I was looking into John Lilly, like the programming the human biocomputer, like literally, and these are older books, these books have been around a good amount of time. And a lot of what Patrick Ryan speaks about is a grammar field and the use of language and linguistics. And so this one was really interesting. Roger Jones' Physics as Metaphor. And I believe, did you say Stephen Newcomb referenced this one? I think I remember that being the case.
No, I'm not sure, but it's possible. Yeah.
At language and the power of language, because a lot of what Patrick Ryan talks about in the grammar field relates to physics and social physics and like the velocity of ideas. And then I listened, if you have Audible, like it's a free audiobook. I ended up buying the hard copy, but this Howard Bloom, The Global Brain. And one of the clips I think I'm going to start with or near the front end is talking about like complex systems as sort of a networked super intelligence. And I'm increasingly feeling like that's where we're moving towards is a coordination mechanism, and I've spoken before about guided evolution and the noosphere and, world sensorium and all of that sort of stuff, but that's where we're headed. And so some of these narratives that are like authoritarian versus, decentralized sovereignty. Well, the global brain is going to be the decentralized sovereignty program, right? And so, as I was pulling some of these clips, and this was, not so long after I had this sort of, heavy news that, and I showed my husband because I was trying to be like very straightforward about it and not take it as a failure on my part, right? But I said, you're within the group that is the consensus group, the reinforcement group that creates quote unquote culture. And then there are the outliers. And then there's the small number of wild cards that are outside. And then there are these resource distribution things that balance out the equation. And for what it's worth, he described the wild cards as like the elements of an immune system waiting for an interloper to come in and swoop down and be, the resolution to that problem. Now, I know there's sort of questions about the immune system, but sort of like you have a holding pen of odds and ends and loose parts that might be needed for some future enterprise. And so you sort of keep them around, but not in a very robust way. And so I think though, Jason, you and I and the others in our circle, like even amongst the mainstream alt stream media, like we're the outliers of the outliers, maybe a couple times removed, is that there are these resource allocators that to me, as I listened in, it's increasingly sounding like token engineering, that the networked systems of the global brain will run on different kinds of encoded tokens of various sorts. That's why it has to go beyond the central bank digital currency conversation. And these tokens will be regulated in increasingly AI mediated ways. And that includes our communications with one another. And so anyway, I pointed that out and he kind of, he agreed, right? And, so when when you meet someone when you're 21, you don't know that you're going to be end up as the outlier when you're 55. But, anyway, I am.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. When it's also been a process for me of like learning how to accept this because, I was at first as people were like, quite frankly, being kind of shitty to me, like not really respectful. Like to me, it's respectful to say, oh, I'm going to hear you out. And then, we can have a discussion about it. But it was like, it was actually really disrespectful to me as a human being to just dismiss me or to make a judgment about me that wasn't accurate based on all of this stuff. So I started out being, really hurt. I've spent actually several years actually being really hurt by it. And I'm really, really trying not to be angry about it. But I've recently cut some people out of my life where I'm like, you know what? Like, I'm sorry that I don't have any animosity toward them, but I'm like, if you're not willing to engage with me in a respectful level, like, so that's been a big process for me of just like letting that go, and maybe they'll come around again.
Well, and it's interesting because I think like we're living in a different world, like we're living in a different slice of reality, which is also built on facts. Like this isn't, when they toss out conspiracy theory or, misinformation. No, we're living in a different set of facts. We are looking at facts,
Right.
and based on our analysis of those facts, it leads us to see the world in a different way, right? Than the consensus reality. And I think the thing that I struggled with, and I didn't like looking back now, I realized that there was already a commitment to a new relationship, right? And someone in a health field. So like I was double deck stacked against me. I didn't even know I was in a competition at the time, but like there was not an ability to step up and know any of the basics. And then the initial, the line was always, well, I could never catch up with you. Like I could never catch up. So therefore, why bother even the first step? Right? Because you know so much more about this, and there's no space for me. And I'm actually not interested in knowing. Like I don't actually want to know. And so,
well, and that's the key. It's not just a matter of, it's a matter of wanting to know, because there's a lot of things can be convenient excuses for not pursuing it.
yeah.
Like
And
we've talked a lot about
challenge.
you don't have a solution. That's, to me,
Right.
it's not about that. It's just, that's a convenient excuse for them to avoid actually dealing with the subject
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah. So, as I said, understanding, like I'm able to have more compassion moving forward, because I do actually understand the scope of the operations, the open source signals intelligence, the swarm intelligence, the stigmergy, the cybernetics, the steering, soon it will be the token engineering and the attention economy. And, Jason, we went out to Rockfin, in Austin, and, we were talking about the attention economy and the tokens and the blockchain and, all of this stuff being sold as like the freedom version, right? The sovereign freedom. It's just more steering. It's just a different steering with different sets of people, right? But all of it is consciousness steering. And even I'm showing you these books. Well, this is steering. This is the old technology, right? This is the old programming technology, and then the new. But the velocity and the intensity of what's coming, like you don't have to go to a library or go to a bookstore to buy a book anymore. It just lands in your inbox. It lands in your feed. And, we've talked a bit about the whole dynamics of sort of almost disappearing. Like, I don't have a Substack. I still have a WordPress, right? And I'm not getting a Substack. So people actually have to seek me out, and I've noticed, like, since I left, Twitter, maybe once or twice a week, there's a reference at this point, even though I've, with the last few weeks accepted, like continue to put out a lot of important original content. It's not there. Because for the most part, these feeds, I'm not in people's feeds, and they're not coming to find me. And I'm not going back on to be in the feed. So people's consciousness is being managed by the feed.
Yeah. When it's also, when we'll get into this, but like the question of how many people are we actually talking about? Because even on social media, I know both of us had some issues with just things that didn't make sense. And, a lot of people like coming on, and they seem to be like, warming up to you and giving you all these compliments, and then all of a sudden turning on you, and you're just like, wait, what's going on? So, Patrick talks about like, there are no humans on the internet. And, I think that's a pretty dramatic way of saying something that maybe I don't agree with what he's saying particularly, but the idea of that you can't trust anybody, that, whether or not that's a real human being, even if it is a real human being that puts something else out there, that puts something online, there's the potential for that being, manipulated or, going through some kind of filter online. So, it's not like a face-to-face. There is no peer-to-peer, face-to-face communication that's happening without some sort of intermediary or intermediaries.
Well, and
let alone that there's so many bots and now we have AI.
Right.
So, go ahead.
But I think like the intermediary, you mentioned the internet being the intermediary, but and then I think the other thing is like, it's almost like there's the person and then there's the digital twin that lies over the mouse pad, right? Like there's the internet, but we're operating through our digital twin, really. Like there's no way to be on the internet that isn't part of your digital twin.
Right.
So there's this overlay, I think that's, and then that is the part, like I could see if you looked at it that way, you could say that maybe it's just the digital twin interfacing with the internet. And in that, I could see that like, the internet is just full of digital twins, and some are digital twins of living, breathing human people. And then some are digital twins of machine systems.
Yeah. And then in the future, we'll have twins of the twins of the twins of the twins.
It's like be the mirrors, right?
The book, I was trying to think of the book. It's Philosophy in the Flesh by George Lakoff and something or other Johnson. I always forget his first name, but that's the book that Stephen Newcomb references a lot, which is actually about he talks a lot about cognitive mental, like metaphor and cognitive mental models, which is kind of, it's a pretty interesting book. But and it's funny, the global brain, it's funny, the global brain thing, because one of my favorite books back in like the 90s was a book called The Lucifer Principle by Howard Bloom. And is it Howard Bloom? Howard. Okay. There's there's also a Harold Bloom who's a historian. I sometimes get the two confused, but so I used to love that book. And then I got the Global Brain. I bought the Global Brain like right when it came out. And like, I read that like years ago, but like, now I'm having to revisit all this stuff, and I'm like, wait, what? I'm sure, like, if I were to I've got Lucifer Principle back there. If I were to reread it, I would have a very different take on it now. And like he even mentioned, he talks about ants. There's a whole chapter in there about ants, and actually, when I read it, I didn't have an understanding of like geopolitics and like. This is before the war on terror even, and the war on terror. But like he has a very anti-Muslim kind of take of like he was promoting the Muslim terrorist narrative even before 9/11. So I would go back and look at that and be, at the time I didn't see any problem with it. I do now.
Well, he was very connected in the music industry too.
Yeah, supposedly he was a big influence on Prince and the Purple Rain movie getting released.
It says so he is a member of the New York Academy of Sciences, National Association for the Advancement of Science, American Psychological Society, Academy of Political Science, and the Human Behavior and Evolution Society, as well as the founder of International Paleopsychology Project.
Yeah.
So he was, that book was really interesting. And so, I just want to emphasize, so, it's funny, like building up your tolerance to things because, being off of social media, I'm not so used to having my attention yanked around, in a lot of different ways. Mm-hmm. And, lots of people have kind of forgotten about me, so I don't just get so many emails coming in. But, when people share things, just like a link or something like that, like for the most part, I'm living in a different slice of reality than the resistance or whatever, the people who, imagine themselves as an opposition to the mainstream. Like I'm not even in that slice of reality. That's what I tried to emphasize to my husband. I was like, RFK, like I'm interrogating all of that. Like I'm not in that slice. I'm in my whole own lane. And so with few exceptions of the people who are sort of in my immediate circle, who literally, I guess we sort of share a common working space, a mental space about where we are in this. There's really not much at all of interest to me in what comes in. And when it comes in, I find it just shocking, like, because I'm just like, no, the narrative isn't about authoritarianism and digital sovereignty as the antidote. Like that's, you want to make that the story, but this is about the digital sovereignty movement actually being cover for complex adaptive systems towards emergence.
Right.
And like, we need to actually get to that place. So anyway.
Yeah, and there's so much irony in it too, because a lot of the people that I know that are all about the digital sovereignty don't realize that literally the thing that's being built is the exact opposite of what they think in terms of giving you freedom and liberty. It's a cybernetic steering program, and it just blows my mind.
See, the thing is, I think it's gonna, like, if they do it effectively, I think that the program itself will have an illusion of agency, right? It'll have it'll let you role play, yourself, and it'll give you rewards, and it'll be gamified,
Yeah.
and so I think it really is more the Brave New World than 1984.
Yeah.
Like, they
Yeah.
started with 1984, but the end game is going to be brave. It's going to be the Soma. It's going to be, amusing yourself to death in these crypto games and all of it. And people, probably most people, will just fall into the arms of what this thing is, right? And assume that it was their choice, that they chose it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they'll give you a sandbox to play in.
Yeah. The dome, under the dome.
Yeah. All right. Well, do we want to maybe go into some of the we have I know you put together a little mini.
Can you just zoom in, or I don't know, maybe. Yeah. So that's cool. The top one above that, the MIT.
Okay.
So I mentioned this in my, if you click on the link, it'll show up. So I have a link to this in the blog post that I wrote, and I actually shared this with my husband. And you can see there, it's from MIT Technology Review magazine, and it's a fictional short story written in 2018. And I read it right around the time that it came out. Like, this is when I was, Whitney Webb's claims aside that I'm late in the game opposing blockchain. No, I was opposing it back in 2017, 2018. After I found out about the, preschoolers earning their social capital in preschool on blockchain. And so there were several short stories about, like, Internet of Things connected and, smart technologies and blockchain. And so I think this is worth a read. It's not a long read, and I have, there'll be a link in the map. We can throw that into the comments. But essentially, the setup on this is that it opens with a woman who's trying to drown a smart car in an icy lake. and then you back off from that scene, and you realize that this is in some sort of near future scenario where all marriages are set up on smart contracts on blockchain with various agreements and AI arbitration. And it ends up that her husband is having an affair with someone he met in the ride sharing program. So it's like an Uber or something. And they would pick up multiple people along the way. And the algorithm decided that it made better tips if there was sexual chemistry in the car. So then it would optimize itself for that outcome, and then it would take photos or video of people and then use it to blackmail, which was another revenue stream, and on and on and on. And I think even in this case, like, the marriage was ended because of the automation, right? And she realized it wasn't just one car, but it was the entire fleet of cars. And so, for me, the dating app wasn't embedded in a car, but it's a similar structure, right? And so we're agreeing in this space. And for this, the blockchain was more around the marital contract, and then the car itself was algorithms and internet, smart sensors. But this interface of us with the machine is highly problematic. I mean, to stability. And if we I mentioned before about this idea of order from chaos, and the circle, it's at the buffer between the circle and the chaos is that where the emergent properties come, this adjacent possible. And so the logic of this system is to destabilize everything, to destabilize, the family, to destabilize relationships, because once you break them apart, then they come back together in other ways, right? And I'm holding in my heart that things will come back together from my family in some new way that still has love in it, and that, I will still be able to move forward and do important work. in this new phase of my life, and that it's not going to be a tragedy. But you can see that they can use these algorithms with the sensor networks interfacing with real people and real human relationships to create the fragmentation that will lead to the quote unquote emergent possible. So
Yeah,
I just wanted to place that out there. I don't know if that makes sense.
yeah,
to
no,
you.
it's really interesting, and the fact that it was 2018 is kind of mind blowing, because a lot of these things weren't really being talked about like at all except in very, very, very small circles.
And I knew, like, that's the thing. Like, I could see back then, like, everyone from like the early stages of this quote unquote resistance, these Facebook posts, where I was like, no, 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 this is a problem because this is what it actually is about. And there's another one called the domestic front about a man in a house with Internet of Things connected appliance provided by his wellness health group. Like, they've known this. I'm sure they knew this was coming, at least 10, 15 years ago, if not much farther back than that. But people want an answer, right? They want the solution. And you have to be pretty naive to think that they didn't already have the solution in their pocket to hand over to you when you ask for it.
Yeah, and also too, like, trying to picture what this looks like once you see these. Okay, the smart car, this thing's communicating. There are these decisions that are being made based on the algorithms and whatnot that are programmed, and being able to step back and looking at, like, what does that actually look like? What does that mean for our lives? What does that mean for life and humanity? It requires a little bit of imagination, because it's not necessarily here. That's why, fictional stories are really great, because it can put you into that place and say, oh, this is what it'll look like. But I think a lot of people have a hard time with the imagination part that requires, it requires some imagination to kind of foresee where this trajectory would head. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that might be one of the blocks.
My experience with the school systems, with my activism in the public schools, there has been everything done to reduce imagination. Children hardly read any literature anymore. It's all nonfiction. It's all technical. It has been literal. And this is part of, in a lot of the early childhood stuff, they talk about building brains, like building babies' brains, building the brains. I mean, literally, it's the biocomputer, right? Building the brain. And they want to build it for a certain purpose that they've planned out, that they know that is 50 to 100 years out of what the brains are going to be like. And there are aspects of neural structure that they do build, and they don't want imagination, or they want it on a tight leash.
Yeah, one of the books that was influential for me when I was starting Argus Fest, which was, my idea around Argus Fest was to use the arts to help educate people about environmental issues and human rights issues and things like that. But I read this. It was actually a book of essays by a woman by the name of Maxine Greene, Greene. And the book is called Releasing the Imagination, Essays on Art, Imagination, and Social Change. But I really appreciated this book because they were talking about how the schools are, like, they're cutting out, their budgets are being cut. So they were cutting out all the arts and extracurricular. And she was saying that we view those as like extra things, like just icing on the cake sort of thing. That's not the real thing about education. The real thing is your math and sciences and STEM. They didn't even, that term wasn't even being used, I think, at the time this book came out. But she was talking about the importance of art in helping us to not only see, the world as it is, but also envision a better world. And because it requires your imagination in order to, like, oh, well, this is the way things are, but wait, what can it be? And a lot of people that are really rooted in the idea of wanting to live in a better world, and I think that's my big frustration with a lot of people on the left, because they really do genuinely they see all these problems and they genuinely want a better world. They just get duped into these programs that are not actually taking where they want to go. But that exercising that part of your mind, imagining how things could be, things could be so much better, is actually crucial. And so she was talking about how arts and even music and theater and everything and painting and everything is actually critical in exercising those parts of your brain that are vital
That's probably part of the domestication process, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, I think that's it. I think that's very intentional.
Yeah, I agree.
And again, you brought STEAM, you put the art in between the science,
Oh yeah, I
technology,
said
engineering,
STEM.
and math, right?
Yeah,
Right.
STEAM.
They changed it to STEAM, but it's almost an afterthought, and it's almost like harnessing the art to the creation of the mechanical world.
Mm.
And I will just say, I spent a day over the weekend with like a coder, a guy that was doing like programming work, and came from a family of engineers, and this idea of he was someone that would have some knowledge of these systems, right? But no one ever talks about it like we talk about it. I mean, there are very few people who talk about it the way, and again, we're not talking about it to have a specific demand of how it be remedied, but just that we be more aware of where it's going and the potentiality of it, right? And you can see most of the people, I think, in these spaces, maybe the East Denver crowd aside, because I think they're being somewhat creative, or they think they're being creative with how they're going to use these tokens. But the vast, workaday coding people, they just never even take the leap for where it's going. They just think they're doing one discrete task. And he kind of looked at me and he's like, well, what's your background? Like, where did you come from that you have a mind that can like think like that? I mean, he didn't say those exact words, but like, he's like, where, what? And I'm like, well, art history and historic, cultural landscape, because you're in the liminal, like there is the representation, but then there is that which is behind it, like the symbolism, the history that you have to, the surface is just the beginning. It's everything else that runs behind. And I think most people operate at the surface level.
Yeah, definitely.
So do you want to do the NAMSHUB? I think if you click the little, Snow Crash right next to it. Yeah, we'll just go around. So I just want to mention this because when we're talking about listening to these clips about grammar fields and manipulation, the automation of trolling and influence operations and things like that, Neil Stephenson is hugely important. I think, his book, The Diamond Age, was the first one I read. Snow Crash essentially originated the word, the metaverse. And central to that story arc is this idea of a mind virus that attacks computer programmers. That there's something in the structure of the mind of a programmer that can be accessed by this virus. And that's sort of a hinge point in that. And this mind virus goes all the way back to ancient Sumer, and this idea of a NAMSHUB, the NAMSHUB of Inky, and the idea of a NAMSHUB is an incantation with magical force. So a phrase that has a magical force to it. And I see a lot. I think if you keep this in mind as we listen to the clips that we pulled today, and knowing that a lot of these individuals at high levels of power are tapped into, esoteric knowledge, occulted knowledges, ancient history, Bloomberg philanthropy, Bloomberg's European headquarters is on the ruins of a Mithridatic temple. Nicholas Berggruen, the philosopher king, is trained up in early modern European magic. There is this overlap between alchemy and Kabbalah and cybernetics and language and words and spell casting a bit, and it might seem unusual, but I do think that Stevenson is very tapped in. I mean, these books were written in the early 90s, very early, and I don't think it's just that he has a good imagination per se. This idea of using language to intervene directly into minds is quite interesting.
Yeah, the I this film that I saw years ago that I kind of like some horror movies. Sorry,
that's okay.
It's one of my guilty pleasures. But actually, I don't like a lot of the newer stuff. I don't like, which is kind of like the torture porn. I don't really care much for that. But I like the ones that are kind of like playful and thoughtful, and like sometimes they're like there's kind of a little bit of a dark humor there, but sometimes they kind of like sci-fi. They can say something. But there was this movie called Pontypool. Let me see if I can. Oh wait, no, wait, that's not it. There we go. It's like a zombie movie, but
Oh.
this guy plays a radio host. And so all of a sudden there's like a mind virus and people making people go crazy and want to like kill. But it's like,
Huh.
it's words in the movie. It's words that makes
Whoa.
them like go crazy. So like it's hearing certain words or like making them go nuts. And so like, then he like changes. He's like, kill is love. Love is kill. So he starts saying on the radio, and that was the thing that breaks the spell of like, it's
Oh.
a strange movie, and like if you don't like horror movies, you know it's a horror movie. So if you don't like horror movies, you
Yeah.
may not. But the idea behind it was pretty interesting. I'd never seen anything like that. It's like a zombie movie, but they're just people that
Is it
again.
British or
I think
is
it
it a
might be
British?
I think it might be Canadian
Oh,
actually.
interesting.
Yeah,
Huh.
but
Well, I mean, the whole like MK Ultra is the trigger words, right? And that sort of thing. So,
yeah, it's like a word virus. That's the whole thing is about a word virus. I was gonna grab some clips from it, but I didn't get time. I didn't have time to do it. But another thing. But I think they plant stuff.
imprint. Yeah.
Just like Neil Stevenson, he didn't come up with all this stuff.
Yeah.
It was fed to him, and
Right.
I've talked about this too. But like the people of X-Files and the Simpsons and some of the writers on these shows would talk about like, oh yeah, the CIA people would come to our parties and they would like throw out ideas and stuff. They would give us ideas that we would then run with.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I thought about that. That's just,
Yeah. And that sort of thing is beyond just a propaganda, right? Like, or
mm,
disinfo or whatever. It's literally around the neuroscience. And then there's the Broca's area, the next one down.
yep.
That's just so Patrick Ryan mentions this a couple. I thought he was saying Brokaw, like Tom Brokaw, but it's Broca or Broca. And so I have clips from two different talks he gave on like egregores. One was with the Stoa, that's the one that Jason you shared with me, and then the other was a podcast that he did with Jim Rutt. And of course, like that catches my attention because I did do a whole presentation about the Game Bee and Jim Rutt and decentralization, and Jim Rutt being connected not only to the Santa Fe Institute, but also to Big Chain DB and Trent McConaughey that evolved into Ocean Protocol, right? So that he's in some interesting circles there. So they were talking about this Broca's area, Brokaws area, and it being the brain's script writer, and that it's the link between your thought arising in consciousness and then what comes out of your mouth. So this is just a clip from like Johns Hopkins talking about it, but I'll read it. It says, Broca's area is a key component of a complex speech network, interacting with the flow of sensory information from the temporal cortex, devising a plan for speaking and passing that plan to the motor cortex, which controls the movements of the mouth. And so they describe it as a script writer, but it's that interface. And so just like, it's interesting for me to think about, like with all of the, nanobots or, the, what was the neuroeconomics, like readiness potential, that they know what you're going to do a fraction before you actually do it, tiny. And that once they have these neural programs, neural nanobots, which is, what they talked about are the non, sorry, Juan Benet and Adam Marblestone talking about that non-surgical BCI. Like once they get that, like there is this readiness potential moment, right? So, I mean, there was a whole conference that I had on one of my maps about examining like the idea of free will. Once you get in there in that tiny fraction of a space between thinking it and it actually becoming actionable, like what if that they take advantage of this readiness potential at some AI quantum level and steer people in a way that they don't even realize that they've become puppets of some, global brain nervous system. Like they've become playable characters, like will become a playable character.
Yeah. And I think people's egos prevent them from like, people, I could never be controlled. I could never be manipulated. Like, people think that they're totally in the driver's seat. People don't want to admit that,
Well, it's hard, like the whole Maya thing. I mean, I remember I had such a hard time sleeping the first night after the news, and I sleep like a log. I mean, but I was just tossing and turning and tossing and turning, and and I literally had this like idea flit through my mind, like, could we fast forward through this part of the simulation? Like, can we just get on with it? And even at this day that I spent out with these two people, they were both very unusual. Like their backgrounds, these were not like, some person who was, I don't know, a lawyer or a corporate executive or, like these were people with very unusual backgrounds, and we all had come to like together on with very little notice or knowing each other, and we're having lunch, and I'm thinking, okay, how is it that we're all three of us sitting at this table talking about blockchain, talking about cybernetic automation? And sometimes you do wonder, like, how do these things happen? I'm not going to get bleak about it, but there are a lot of strange circumstances that pop up. So,
well, the synchronicity thing is so funny, and I know you've joked about me being the Forrest Gump of Web3 because so much of my history has led up to this. Like I've met and interacted with so many of the people, like literally the people that are involved with building this. It's kind of, and I've been to so many of the places that have something to do with this. It's very bizarre because it wasn't totally intentional bizarre at all. But someone will come up and like, oh yeah, I filmed that guy, or I interviewed that guy, or whatever. It's like, I read that book. I read The Global Brain years ago. Like, what the hell? Having no idea about any
deja
of this.
vu. Yeah.
Yeah, totally funny. All right.
So, okay. I didn't hold that one. Yeah. Okay. So this, can you just click on that little picture? So one of the clips they reference Homo Directus, like, there's the Homo economist or whatever, like the steerable man. And this just is sort of a hat tip to, what I was saying before about, sorry about that noise. I don't know if you can hear it on your end.
It's not too bad.
Okay. I can't help close quarters. Okay. So the steerable, the steerable man. So that's one of the clips from Patrick Ryan. And, just being off of a social media feed, like my tolerance level for stuff is just lower. Right. And I think people do sometimes send me things, not because they're endorsing it, but they're curious what my take is on it. But I just don't have the bandwidth to focus on all these different things. But this one came in by email today. And I think when we go through listening to the grammars and this idea of egregores and mind viruses, I feel like it's important to me, this was an example of something that they might be trying to get to go viral or to embed this idea in people's consciousness. And this was forwarded to me by someone. It's just an email. And it has a link to this Freedom Hub or something like that. I did click through. It's some sort of, there's, framing everything as freedom. And in bold sans serif or type, it says, all caps, everything tips us either towards enslavement or freedom. Which, and it's an unusual thing because it's very much an imprint. Like if you're listening, it'll be harder to, but if you see this, it's like, boom, like it's there right in front of you. And this enslavement or freedom, I can imagine some of these phraseologies, like them searching to see if that got picked up and where it got picked up and then mapping that. But as I understand it, and again, I'm not saying it's different realities, not that I'm right and the other analysis is wrong, but my reality isn't about enslavement or freedom. In fact, most of these people in extended reality, they talk about quote unquote degrees of freedom. Right. The amount of programming that's going to happen in the token economies and in the robotics and in these swarm intelligences. So it's not a white black thing, right? Enslavement or freedom. It's gradations that are much more nuanced. And to me, when I see something being imprinted that obscures that, the ability to have a more nuanced discussion, something that is a little bit more. I just thought this was a good example of how this functions. I don't know. Does that ring true with you?
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of it's definitely a black and white thing. It's either, this is either good or bad. And that eliminates a lot of the complexity that's involved in these things, because sometimes there is good and there's a lot of bad. It just framing it as enslavement or freedom doesn't seem very
Yeah,
useful. Doesn't seem very
how do
helpful to
how
me.
would you define those words, right? I mean, because in fact, where we're headed is a so-called freedom within a curated, engineered cybernetic system that may feel like freedom, but not exactly. Like you don't have all the choices. I mean, going back to Stephen Newcomb's work, right? Under the dome.
Yeah.
Like it's freedom. People ask me sometimes, like, why do you put DOM capitalized at the end of, free hyphen DOM? And I'm like, because Stephen's work is super important. And that idea of being under the dome, sure, we'll let you play our game play in the game under the dome. But if you don't want the game, we're going to take you out. If you don't, if you won't go under the dome, we're going to do everything we can to erase you, which is what, was done to, attempted to be done to the original people of the Americas. So, maybe it's actually accurate if you understand freedom that way. But again, it's a different understanding of freedom.
Well, it depends. Yeah, exactly. And where is your line? Because there's a lot of things that people view as freedom that I would view as more closer to enslavement. Even though I don't, again, those absolute words are not very useful to me, but someone might, so say someone's got a job and they have to, they have to go to work 9 to 5 every day, in order to make the money, but the money gives them freedom. But then their time is taken away from them. I'm just giving an example here of like how these terms aren't that useful depending on what you value. Like me, yes, having some money would give me some more freedom, but also like I lose my time. So I appreciate having time. I know people that make a lot of money that don't have any time to actually do anything, where I don't have any money, but I can travel around and do stuff. So what's your definition of these things?
I want to do this as my next read aloud. Someone recommended it to me. It's called Momo.
Okay.
And it's by Michael Ende. I guess he did the Never Ending Story, the Never Ending Story.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I remember that one.
It's all about time, the time bankers and people stealing time from people. It's very thoughtful. It's a very good book. So on point, Jason.
Yeah.
So that's all I wanted to say. But like when we're talking about things going viral, and again, he talks about memetics being images, combinations of images and grammar. But I think the trick is being able to trace ideas, framings, worldviews throughout, and I think and how that's monitored as an open source signals intelligence. And and again, I'll mention that Raul at Silicon Icarus had I thought a really good article, a couple might have been 2 years ago on open source signals intelligence. And we've talked about what's his face, who was with Cynthia McKinney, the other guy.
Robert David Steele.
Yeah, he was all about the open source signals intelligence. That's what this stuff is built on, right? And so they want to keep it open so that they can map the swarming and the stigmergy, which it will be the next dots.
And that was one of my two Forrest Gump moments. I actually, so we talked about the transpartisan thing. I was at I guess it was the second transpartisan, but I think it was the first like real like substantive transpartisan conference here in Denver. I filmed it. Robert David Steele was there. And then also I was invited to a dinner when the unrigged thing with Cynthia McKinney came through. And I actually have some video footage from that, but with Robert. So I had dinner with Robert David Steele and Cynthia McKinney. So it's just like all these weird things where I'm like, oh yeah, I was there. I met that dude. I was at this thing. And it was like, it's kind of hilarious, but it is hilarious. Yeah.
The open metaverse, I think it has to be open because they need the signals to be open. So for the steering,
right?
If it's all closed, they can't steer. It's more difficult to do the steering.
There's a whole thing about transparency. And that Charles Eisenstein, he's like, transparency. We want transparency. Everything needs to be transparent. But he'll talk about the government being transparent. And most people won't have an issue with that. Like most of us agree, yeah, of course, the government or these large institutions should be transparent because they have a lot of power over us. But what they're actually talking about is you being transparent, me being transparent. They want everything that we do to be transparent because that gives them access.
Yeah. Well, and I think probably they'll sell it as a digital sovereignty and then they'll anonymize the data or something. They'll come up with some story, but they'll still be able to use it to steer us.
Yeah.
So that's all I had to say about that.
Okay.
And then,
That's speaking of Forrest Gump. That's all I got to say about that. Sorry, a little too much on the Forrest
okay,
Gump
I'm going to
there.
just do this sort of quick. So again, this is a from my descent map, but just going back to this idea of I think that the grammar fields relate a lot to the swarming and the teaming, right? Like in order for them to do coordinated teams, they need for people to have similar mental models and outlooks and that sort of thing. So I think it is related to the ant computer. It is the connection between the cyber-physical, socio-technical systems. So the socio-technical, I think, is a big part of what Patrick Ryan is talking about, although he doesn't say it outright. And using the signals to steer people into to create this collective intelligence for the common good. And, so I had a part of this map, and it's a lot of different things about swarm robotics and ant colonies. And they've really been trying to create artificial pheromones, which is what's coming next for the robots mostly. So they know that the pheromones are used as a coordinating system for the social insects, but that they need that for the teamed robotics. And so they're developing those as like chemo attractants. So it's chemosensory, it's things from your olfactory or your tongue, which is, when I was on that IEEE webinar with Yu Yuan, he was talking about their interest in digitizing the chemical senses. And, Philadelphia has this Monell Chemical Senses Center. So they've got vision and they've got hearing and they've got haptics, but the next ones up are smell and taste. But as I was thinking about that, I'm also starting to think of maybe the grammar of language as another pheromone system. Like it's not a chemosensory system, but it is a coordinating mechanism. And I don't know, maybe somehow eventually it will be tokenized. Maybe that's part of the attention economy being tokenized, the attention tokens for media. What is that Brave browser, right? They pay you in tokens for getting data about your searches, right? That coordinating mechanism. So I think that the grammar fields that he's talking about are related to stigmergy and coordination.
And we'll get into the grammar fields here in just a minute. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, real quick, I want to just say something on the taste thing. Several years ago, I read this book called The Dorito Effect. And it's all about the food additives, and it's about how they use these chemicals in Doritos to basically create artificial flavors. And this about how the guy that discovered it, where it's actually tricking your taste buds into thinking it's something that it's not.
Oh, wow.
It's kind of interesting. And then also, like, you're eating this stuff, but you're not actually getting any nutrients. So you're still hungry after you're eating and you're eating and eating, and you're still hungry, and you're craving it because of these flavors that are producing these chemicals. Anyways,
wow.
it's kind of an interesting book. That's another one I should probably, like, all the stuff that I've read in the past. I need to just revisit everything again and like rethink it all, because I just thought it was an interesting book, about health, but like thinking about it in terms of cybernetics would be interesting,
Yeah. Well, the gut health is really a key part of that.
Was there more on this one?
No, that's all I got on that.
Okay.
And then the next one. So, so Steffers was telling me that she's actually going back and revisiting her early work at A Piece of Mindful, and then also some of my earlier stuff to revisit the pheromone stuff. And she has a couple of articles that I just want to point out. It's a little hard to find her stuff on A Piece of Mindful. She's no longer publishing there. And so you almost have to like type the title in. So, there was one called Part 4, The Scent of Fear, Musings on Fear and Olfaction. And in that, she talks about the Monell Center, I think. And there's a clip that's of an experiment that, I don't know if it was done with the military, but it was quite interesting, where the experiment was that they would have people sit in a waiting room. And in the waiting room had cameras. And then the person running the experiment would come in and shake their hand and tell them that they would be back in a few minutes, right? And then they leave the room and the cameras are running, and then they would check to see if people would like rub their eyes or like by their mouth or whatever. And, a high percentage of them did. not thinking about it. It was just totally unconscious, but that it was a way of doing the chemosensory actuation, like assessing people's qualities based on their scent from the handshake. It was quite fascinating just to see how that, and that's a very, very primitive level of operation. So that was one. And then if you can click out of that and just go to the next one, I want to scroll down to so there's a second article on a piece of Mindful called Clearing the Air, Febreze and the J&J Jab. And this was really interesting to me because, as I mentioned before, my father spent his whole career working at Procter & Gamble. Now, he sold Folgers coffee and later orange juice or something like that. But Febreze was one of their products. And essentially, Febreze encapsulates a smell and makes it not bioavailable. And so if you think about it, like what was happening to us during the lockdowns with the social distancing, it wasn't just sort of the heart energy field or what have you, but it was also, we couldn't like smell each other, even on an unconscious, subconscious level. Now, she makes this connection that there's something in that actually has the potential to break the blood-brain barrier, which is what they're really all about. They're really trying to get beyond, to get into the brain with their technologies. But these are both worth a revisit in the context of stigmergy and pheromones. And then for me, in this case, I'm trying to think about grammar is a grammar equivalency of a pheromone and a coordinating mechanism. But they're very good. And for me, I'm even thinking about, you talked about Doritos and corporate food chemistry, but think about the entire fragrance industry, mm-hmm. right? All of the fragrances that are put into household products. I'm sitting here and I'm going through my closet and throwing out a bunch of old clothes and stuff that are not coming with me. And these are contractor bags. They're like heavy duty. They're scented. Like if you leave the house and come in, and I don't really have a lot of scented stuff in my house, like you can smell it. And I just think about like, how are they interrupting us with these things that we're not even like, because we know Unilever is a huge player. We know Procter & Gamble is a huge player. Like, and I've been thinking like when we were out in Utah, there are those two big essential oils companies, right? That are sort of multi-level marketing, Young Life and doTERRA, I think, right? And again, the multi-level marketing might be a coordination and teaming project too, like behind the scenes. But yeah, I think there's a lot more that needs to be done around scent. So again, this is less about scent, but just thinking about coordination.
Yeah. I remember there was a comedian from years ago that I remember he had a joke about scented toilet paper. And he's like, really? Scented toilet paper? He's like, hey, come here, honey. Come smell my lemony fresh ass. It's like, why do you need scented toilet paper? No, that's been one of my pet peeves. I cannot, the smell of like the little plugins and the Febreze things. And like, I cannot stand that. Like it's like so nauseating to me. And I'm like, it's chemicals. These are chemicals. Yeah. This is not, if you want to smell, get a potpourri. You can get a little potpourri thing and like, get a little candle and like do like actual potpourri, but like, yeah, I can't handle the artificial air fresheners. Drive me nuts.
Well, and the Febreze, it doesn't have a smell. That's the tricky thing about Febreze is it captures it so you can't smell it. It doesn't make it disappear. It just makes it not bioavailable, which is interesting. So they're reducing, I think, our natural capacity towards scent. And then, you want saying like, we want a digital version, right? And that digital version, I think is going to be part of all of the ant computing mechanism. So anyway, I'm excited. I was very excited to hear that Steffers was doing more and putting that together, doing that revisit, because I think it is going to be connected to the complex adaptive systems. And that's all of that on that. And then almost done. Okay. So, this, we don't have to play this one. I'll just talk about it a little bit. Michael Zargam with Block Science is someone we've talked a lot about. I put together a bunch of clips as part of a future of work scenario. And Leo has talked a lot about these bonding curves and, creating equations for these market makers and the tokens and things like that. But essentially in this clip, he's talking about applying those ideas to socio-technical systems, right? So to start automating our interactions with sensor networks and one another through sensor networks towards some optimized behavior, right? And then to make us better through that. And that's something that comes up in the Snowden discussions, is this idea of optimization. But I believe that this will be closely linked to the token engineering, and and he's coming out of Penn Engineering, and it's social physics. This is all the stuff Clippinger and Pentland have been doing at MIT Media Lab since forever, right? But once we are tagged, we can be coordinated through these metrics. And then thinking about like coordinating like physical bodies, but also coordinating mental states.
Yeah.
Like they could literally just dial you in, right? Like we've had the Muzak for forever, whatever, but they could just imagine that automated and to zone people into a certain acquiescence. It's like a digital lobotomy kind of thing.
Sounds fun.
Yeah. And so on this one, maybe we can play this one.
Okay.
It's just like 2 minutes. So on this, I think that this is really important to discuss, because what they've been, the influencers in the resistance space have been framing out is that like, oh my gosh, look, the government's going to do stuff to you, right? The China social credit score, or your government's going to copy China and they're going to do the things. And what I've been trying to point out with reputation scoring is, well, one, it originated at Stanford with the FICO. People who created FICO were Stanford alums. But two, a lot of this reputation scoring already exists and is being framed out as peer-to-peer, which is decentralization, which is the blockchain, and is like you rating each other. So I feel like it's liable to be a lot more like the nosedive episode of Black Mirror, where people are zinging ratings to one another on their phones. And I have to say, like I have a couple things, like I buy fabric on Etsy, and I've had a couple of Airbnb things lately, and I'm just stopping to do the ratings because like I don't want to participate in these rating things anymore. I shouldn't have to log in and say, for my $6 piece of fabric, like list a rating and write a glowing review. Like I just wanted to buy a piece of fabric. I'm not trying to rate anybody. Like if I have a bad experience, it would be nice to have but come on, by default, it should just be okay, right? And so these maybe you can speak to this a bit, but like I think in these online coding spaces, a lot of, especially in these DAOs, these decentralized autonomous organizations, that people who don't know one another, you come into a group as an unknown quantity, and then you build up your quote unquote online reputation, right? Through your relationships with other individuals in the group and through performing specified tasks, like task completion or whatever, like having a level of reliability. So that's what Zargam is talking about. And I think as we understand ourselves as agents in the ant computer game, this is a very different framing of your digital identity social credit score than most people are talking about. I'd just like to point out that it's already happening. And most of the resistance people, this would be sold to them as liberation, really. And I'm not so sure. Like, I just don't, because I think that this entire economic work model of remote work and not knowing the people you're working with and the AI grabbing all the data is going to be largely problematic in the end.
Yeah, it's difficult because there's one level of like the rating thing, which is actually really useful. Like I find it useful to know like if I'm buying a product, like, is this company reputable? Or if I'm going to an Airbnb, I want to know, like, are the people that run this facility assholes or whatever? You know what I mean? So like there is a functionality there that is useful, but then there are these other things that are glommed on top of it, which are not good. So yeah, it's a difficult thing. Like I buy a lot of video equipment, B&H Photo. I rely heavily on reading other people's reviews, knowing that they're real people that bought the product, so I can understand like the frustration with like just the default. They got me, like they enter you into a thing to where you can win a gift certificate, which I've never won. But so I fill out a ton of reviews because I'm trying to win the stupid 250 or sometimes it's $500, which I've never won, but I've created a ton of reviews on there, and a lot of times it's just like a cable. I'm like, what am I going to say about this cable? I plugged it in and stuff went through it. That's what I'm saying. I mean, like sometimes you're writing the reviews and you're like really struggling. You're like, I don't know what to say about this thing. It's a cable.
I know, but like, you've seen that nosedive episode, right?
Yeah.
Like literally people are like zinging each other points, like after every single social interaction. Like, can you imagine living in that? Like, talk about a panopticon. That's crazy.
Yeah, and then you get it the whole gaming of it. It's just really gross. Like once you get into that, like that's definitely not good.
Yeah.
I'm actually. It's kind of funny. Another person that I've been connected with was a friend of mine, Sergio Lube. He actually created the first social network site on the internet back in the early 90s. And it was called favors.org. Friendly Favors was the name of his. But the idea of it was to connect people in the real world. Like I know you. And so like I can be a reference for you, and then we can build our own network. And the internet was just kind of a place to store the information, but it was really about human to human connection. The idea was interesting, but like, I don't know if he even like understands or has taken it to this next level about like
But see, I
the
think it might go
manipulation.
back to human, but the humans, like once the humans are sensors.
Right. Yeah. Once you, yeah.
Like you can go back to being the human once we become sensors,
Once
which
we're
is essentially what
sensors.
Ryan talks about. Yeah. Or
Yeah.
Snowden. Like,
Yeah. Totally. All right. So yeah, here I'll just play this one here. Let me find it.
Yeah. And then I think that's all I've got to start with.
Okay.
So ultimately, the agents or actors within these communities are people, and the reputations are sort of measurements. But reputations are a little different from absolute KPIs in the sense that they probably should be interpreted as peer-to-peer. So if we think of that as another kind of weighted graph, contextualized weighted graph in a social system, again, it might emerge from something like a contribution graph. But the idea is actually to show that people have different interactions with each other. So like my reputation for someone who I've interacted with may.
I just want to point out this idea of a graph, like a social graph, because that's something I wasn't, like, I think I'd heard of, but I didn't really get a sense of it. But that like our digital twin is sort of represented in this graphical form. And that there are weights that can be applied to those interactions that like change up how we are in relationship to one another. So that's really important to know, is that they're not fixed.
Right. Yeah. And what they say, the rules of the game or the rules of the game can change.
Yeah. And, and I'm not sure, I think I might've forgotten to put that in the playlist, but yeah, I'm not sure if you had sent that to me. I think you did. It was from Singularity Net. It was the head of Singularity Net and one of their like Russian computer scientists. And it was really important because what they said was like, you could go back and take all of the data like off of Twitter and create a reputation score based on that. That it wasn't built into the system, but you could score behaviors and words and apply a reputation score. And then what they said was, and you could automate that, but then you could change the variables. So even if under certain conditions you had a high score, if they adjusted as you said, the rules of the game, then your ranking could be considerably lower. And there would be nothing that you could do about that. And that all of that information would be on blockchain. So you couldn't actually go back and change your past history or disregard it. And so this idea of all of this as being freedom and liberating, we're not in control of this game.
Yeah.
And the rules of the game can change at will.
Well, I was just thinking of the story you told me the other day about your interactions with the airlines and your miles, your airline miles, how it was kind of, you should tell that. You should share that story real quick. Cause it's kind of,
so yeah. Well, so I'm going to be going out to Seattle for a bit. And I was using my husband's with his permission, frequent flyer miles to get the ticket. And so I'm going to be going to Seattle for a bit. And so I needed to get a plane ticket, and my husband had frequent flyer miles. So he was going to give me his frequent flyer miles, as he should. And so I was trying to navigate that, and we don't do it a lot. So he logged in and I was getting the ticket, but I think I got to the end, but it had the credit card payment for like the $11 in taxes had to be on his credit card, and he wasn't at home. So I was like, oh, well, I'll just do it tomorrow when you get back. And so then I did it again for the exact same flight, and it costs you in points, right? A certain, like that's the equivalency of the money, right? And then all of a sudden the price had gone up. And then it was just a little bit more than what we had than the day before, right? And so they said, but you could put your trip on hold and you could buy some points and whatever. So I was like, okay, well, it's like $100 for these 3,000 points, but it's still less than a $600 ticket, whatever. Go. So I bought the $100 worth of points, and then I go back on, and they said, thank you for buying these points. They should show up in about 2 weeks. Like, nowhere did it say like there was some, like it implied it was just immediate, like they would transfer the things. So I'm just really pissed at this point. And so I'm like, okay, well, we'll wait overnight. Maybe they'll show up. So essentially we waited overnight and then logged back in for the third time. And yes, they did show up, but essentially like the only once flights you could get were like 3 connections, like red eye flights or something like that for those points. Like you could, I changed up the days, I changed up, and so it was the game. Like they knew I wanted the ticket, right? Because they knew I jumped through several hoops, and they were so eventually I just bought a ticket. I just bought a ticket full price, and just because I didn't want to do a bunch of stops and a bunch of bullshit. So yeah, but thank you, American Airlines. Like you totally were jerking me around in my time.
And they got more money out of you.
Yes, I know. And now there's spend an extra $100 on these points.
It's like you're not going to win a game where the rules are written by your opponent and the rules change from minute to minute.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's like you're dealing with a casino or something. The house wins again.
House always wins. They let you think you got control, but you don't.
Right.
I reviewed their work. They made a post. I peer reviewed it. I approved it. The community pushed it out. I might have a much stronger sense of their contributions than someone who's working in a whole different circle or a whole different working group within my community. And so it's actually not just that the reputations are local. They also have they have local in 2 ways, right? They're local in the sense of a neighborhood within the graph where I can actually observe the activities of a subset of other people who are attention space similar to me. We're paying attention and working on the same stuff. So that's local. And then it's local in the sense that I have a reputation for someone and someone else might have a different reputation for that same person. So this actually comes back to the graph construct because it means I have a neighborhood. My neighborhood is the people who I have direct edges to, for which I individually might hold reputation scores. But those are things that are, local. They're mine. I might have very different weightings or reasons for why I think the person is high reputation for different people, depending on which contexts we share. And one of the reasons I like the source cred reference case is that at least early in source cred, you could also pull you could actually go to a part of the web page where you could retune the algorithm and see what people's scores were. So in a sense, I could even have a local metric, not just a sort of local abstract reputation, because if I really wanted to say, hey, these are the things I care about, I could get a view on the cred scores, which wasn't the one driving the rewards, but it was still something that I could choose to create in the moment with a UI to see how people would score given my choice of preferences over the various metrics or the various types of contributions and weights over those types.
When he says it's not the one that, affects the rewards, yes, but it certainly could be.
Yeah, no, it certainly could be. And I thought what was really interesting is this idea of neighborhoods and proximity and personalization. And I was thinking about that in light of what Patrick Ryan is saying about like the spread of ideas and words, like picking up words. So how does the social graph like interface with the idea of the spread of the mind virus egregore ideas? Because I can see that there would be, he talks about it like as ecologies, that there are these different ecologies, but I would say that probably does overlap with how Zargam's talking about the neighborhoods and proximity in a peer-to-peer network. So anyway, I just wanted to sort of put that out because I think that the reputation scoring and changing the rules of the game and tracking people as agents is important. Because these digital twins, I mean, I feel like at this point, we probably all have to acknowledge we have one, right? Our loved ones have them, our friends groups have them, and they're being gamed. And what Ryan talks about, in some of those clips is that it's going into this automation, right? The chat GPT, the large language models, or is it large language LLMs? That these things are like, they can automate these processes to shape, to either suck up to us or to criticize us or to make us feel different ways or to know based on our responses, like our mental states and our psychological states. And it's not even real. Like, this stuff isn't even real. Like, we're literally walking into a house of mirrors. And that's the thing that I'm like, you guys, I was talking to this young coder guy. I'm like, he admitted that he understood it was military technology, but I think they imagine, like, they don't quite put together with MK Ultra and mind control systems and behavioral psychology, like high level, like it's military mind fuckery, this is not your game. Don't go into that fun, don't go into the haunted house. Don't walk down to the basement. Like, it's just not going to turn out well.
Yeah, the horror movie, they always
Don't go in the basement.
What's going on down here? I mean, it's you would think that you don't just acknowledge it, but you actually incorporate that into your decision making. The fact that, oh yeah, this is military, okay. And there, actually, I have a clip of Patrick Ryan, talking about that too. There was someone had asked him a question related to that.
Okay, well, that's all the lead-in stuff. I'm sorry for taking up so much time with that, but
no,
I just think that's useful context. Just, again, apps changing your life in significant ways, like happened to me. I'm sure it's probably pretty pedestrian. The divorce lawyer is like, oh yeah, there's lots of divorces now, right? Like, let's connect with the adjacent possible. The adjacent possible looks interesting, right?
And the automated divorce.
Yeah, and then shaping your mind, the NAM shubs and the stigmergy and the swarming and the social credit scoring and the reputations and the gaming. And it's not just China and it's not just the government. It's happening as much within this decentralized peer-to-peer framework as it is anywhere else.
Yeah. Well, you want to go through some of these clips here?
Yeah,
and then we can chat about them. So I can just go through them. Do we want to do the Howard Bloom one, or do we want to just talk about it?
Yeah, I know. I think that's a really important one to listen. It's a little bit longer. This one is about 5 minutes, but this is the one I showed my husband. I'm like, you're in the first category. I'm in the second category. And for me, that actually helps, because then it becomes less personal, like, assigning blame to someone as opposed to simply acknowledging how it worked out, because these systems are much larger than any household.
The result indicates that a collective learning machine achieves its feats by using 5 elements. This quintet of essentials includes 1. Conformity enforcers, 2. Diversity generators, 3. Inner judges, 4. Resource shifters, and 5. Intergroup tournaments. Conformity enforcers stamp enough cookie-cutter similarities into the members of a group to give it an identity, to unify it when it's pelted by adversity, to make sure its members speak a common language, and to pull the crowd together in efforts sometimes so vast that no single contributor can see the larger scheme in its entirety. In humans, upcoming chapters will show how conformity enforcers lead, among other things, to a myriad of cruelties, and to a shared worldview which both shapes the wiring of a baby's brain and literally changes the way that adults see.
There we go.
Oh, okay. But I think that's really important. So this idea that there is a culture, they create a culture. Now, those of us who are still reflecting on the last 3 years, we need to understand that there wasn't just one culture made. Actually, maybe the culture that was made was the resistance, right? Because there was a culture that already existed. And again, there were already subcultures of, people who were into other alt narratives. But I think what was created was the attempt, at least, to create some sort of unified resistance that could then be steered. And that's what we were getting so much pushback, like, oh, don't do that. We have to all be unified. Don't do that. We all have to be unified. Because the goal was conformity within the resistance, like the conformity enforcers. And then again, the point being said there that it's so vast that no one person can really comprehend it. That the average person, it won't be incentivized to comprehend it. And it's this idea of like a hyper object. And that also is super important because we've talked about that, the elephant, right? Everybody's got their part of the elephant that they're convinced is the thing. And, even those of us who have maybe explored more parts of the elephant than others, there's still more to understand, right? Like I didn't have a sense of these, taking the digital twin beyond the sort of vague notions that they're going to manipulate us and actually understand how they would be mapping through online text, like not sentiment analysis, but word frequency, to track our psychological states and then use automated systems to manipulate us and to capitalize on knowing our state, even to a sense that we are not even personally aware of what our internal mental state is, that they would have that leverage. Yeah. So I just wanted to make those 2 points that the culture that was created was the quote unquote unified resistance, and that it is so big that most people are not going to be incentivized to actually try to figure it out.
Gotcha. And that was kind of my frustration too, was some of my friends that I have a long history of, looking at kind of looking behind the curtain and questioning things that they couldn't grasp this new thing that we were talking about. It was like they stopped. Too,
because there was already a culture.
Yeah.
Like they were part of a culture already, and the culture did this, and the culture responded to the newly developing situation like that. And there was a unity in that culture. So you had to be willing to step out of the unity to examine the other, aspects. Like if there was a culture of curiosity about all the things that was leveraged beyond whatever issue that they were curious about last time, but for the most part, these different things, they're still not curious beyond the health stuff. Like most of them still are not beyond the health stuff at this point.
Yeah.
It's incredible. So
yeah,
but you don't want to leave your people. And I think that's probably, that goes back to just self-preservation. The outliers are out there. They're the first ones to get eaten up.
Yeah.
A collective perception which makes one group's reality another's mass insanity. Diversity generators spawn variety. Each individual represents a hypothesis in the communal mind. You can see this in one of nature's most superb learning machines, the immune system. The immune system contains between 10 million and 10 billion different antibody types. Each one is a guess, pre-configured to snag the weak points of an enemy. If one antibody isn't properly shaped to lock onto an invader, another will have to sink its specialized hooks into the raider. It's vital for defensive flexibility to have numerous fallback antibodies on the scene. So the immune system maintains a horde of seemingly useless types in its population, though it keeps these idlers in a state of deprivation. When a previously unknown disease storms the...
So I thought that that's an interesting framing. The idlers kept in a state of deprivation, right?
Yeah.
And to me, this really resonated, right? Like, so we'll keep you around because some of y'all might be coming handy at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not really going to shower many resources on you. Like
we're going to quarantine you.
Yeah. Like you're out and you're not going to be able to tap into the abundance of whatever the mainstream culture gets. And so, I feel like, and this is what I said to my husband. I was like, what I'm doing is important. You may not fully understand it now, but like I have a certain kind of mind to do this work. And and I may be, and I know there are a lot of issues with understanding the immune system, but if you follow their story, like I may have the key as the next threat comes to intervene in a way that mitigates it or neutralizes it, right? Like you need us. Like, yeah, you may not want to live with me, right? But the world actually needs the outliers. Like we're important. So
yeah, I like to think so. As an outlier, I agree.
Keeps these idlers in a state of deprivation. When a previously unknown disease storms the body's barricades, the immune system's pool of misfits often contains a few individuals with exactly what it takes to trounce the foe. Among human beings, different personality types also embody approaches which, while they may not be necessary today, could prove vital tomorrow. As we move past the Ice Age toward modernity, we'll see how odd folks out have often supercharged our history. Next come inner judges. Inner judges are biological built-ins which continually take our measure, rewarding us when our contribution seems to be of value and punishing us when our guesswork proves unwelcome or way off the mark. If we've solved a knotty problem and can hear the cheers of bosses, friends, family, and admirers echoing in our ears, our inner judges flood us with hormones similar to amphetamine and cocaine. These chemicals swell our chests, give us energy, and set our minds ablaze. Zest and confidence help us see new ways to achieve impossibilities. On the other hand, if we can't get a grip on our problems, and no one seems to want what we're offering, the inner judges activate our self-destruct machinery. Our bodies overdose on stress hormones, kill off brain cells, dull our wits, sabotage our immune systems, make us ill, depress us, steal our pep, and often fill our minds with an urge to curl up and disappear or die.
I'll just interject here. There's a documentary. I actually want to grab some clips from it because it's got some interesting stuff. It's about programmed cell death. It's called Death by Design, and it was made in like the late 90s, I think. So it's a little bit older documentary. It's an interesting film because they use like Busby Berkeley clips and stuff to illustrate the cells. It's kind of creative, but they're talking about how they're trying to understand the programmed cell death and what it is. These cells are communicating with each other, but they don't really understand how, or at least at the time they didn't. Maybe they have a better understanding when this documentary came out, but they're talking about cellular biologists, and they're talking about apoptosis, how one cell's told to divide, this cell's told to just stay there and do nothing. And then this cell is told to kill itself. And I just think about that a lot in terms of social senses. Like we do get sense cells, there are a lot of people that feel like I don't really have a place in this world. I'm not getting any feedback from people appreciating my beingness or whatever. And so it's a very powerful thing if someone's going through life.
I was shocked. I mean, he frames it as this idea of group evolution. So he situates that cell apoptosis within the idea of self-sacrifice for the collective good. Mm-hmm. So if you're an agent in the system and you're not contributing towards the goal, that self-annihilation to create more resources to reinforce the productive nodes is optimal, right? And so it may not be good for your personal survival, but for the fitness, towards whatever the fitness goal is of the population as a whole, that there's a benefit. And I thought that, one of the things that I thought was kind of interesting, someone had left some comments about this thing called basilisks. And I think it sort of is like a mind virus thing. I'm trying to remember exactly what a basilisk is, but they were talking about Rollo's basilisk, which is a meme that was sort of like if the sentient AI or whatever the singularity is going to optimize the world. Therefore, it's our obligation to help bring it about. And then when it happens, they'll know the people who didn't help and then take them out because they didn't help optimize the world or something like that. And so I sort of think what is the, and then since you read this, now so you have to help. And, I keep thinking what is the fitness landscape? I'm not calling it the singularity anymore, but is this biohybrid superintelligence? Those of us who are questioning this as the determined future that we haven't really talked about, if we end up being directed towards, a not good option, like worse health, worse mental, and it feels like this is maybe part of the geofencing. Because once you're geofenced, one side you're pushed outside of your social relations, then you don't get the positive reinforcement. You don't get that. Now, and it resonated with me a lot. Like I've put on a good bit of weight the last few years because I've been more sedentary, but I think I don't eat a lot more or whatever. And I think some of it is like, it's also menopause, whatever, but I feel like it's like my body reacting to the stress, like this cortisol level. I haven't been sicker more lately. And I think in terms of just like, emotional state, like it was lovely that, it's kind of a little fraught to put yourself out there, in a public way, but I've always been very authentic about my journey, and it's part of my life informs how I research. Right. And so it felt right to do it. I thought in a good way. But people were very generous, and, I'm going to be going, likely out to the Seattle for a more longer stay with my car in the fall. And I put a call out, hey, if you want to, if you're along the route between Philly and Seattle, like, let me know. I'd love to see you. And many people made these lovely offers. So like, we do have these emotional support systems, but it's through this weird interface, right? It's through this weird, which, for me, I keep thinking how wonderful, like, yeah, I'm going to consider this an unexpected invitation to some interesting possibilities that I actually get to go out and meet people in person, and we've done that together, go to these places in person and see people in person. So, I mean, that feels like an appropriate next phase, at least for a while, is like, let's do this in person.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to say one thing too, which pops up over and over again, but in a lot of these discussions where they're talking about cybernetics and different things, they describe artificial constructs in natural or biological terms. And so that's what you're talking about cell, apoptosis and cell death, but then they're talking about this imposing an artificial system to somehow replicate something that happens naturally or organically. And I think it's really important as we have these discussions to recognize the extreme difference between the artificial and the natural, the real thing, because somehow it gives it legitimacy. I think it gives it legitimacy if you conflate it with, nature, and this is how nature works, And I don't think it's legitimate. Whereas, I think that nature, for whatever that drives that, certainly has a lot more legitimacy in my mind than these systems that people like Jim Rutt, Dave Snowden, Patrick Ryan, whomever else, Michael Zargum, that they're going to, they know better, and they're going to, optimize us.
Yeah.
So there's another minute of this, so I'll play that.
Okay.
Our inner judges are sometimes generous, but are often far from kind. Yet inner judges are critical to complex adaptive systems, from those of single-celled creatures to those made up of human minds. Fourth are resource shifters. Resource shifters range from social systems to mass emotions, but all have one thing in common. They shunt riches, admiration, and influence to learning machine members who cruise through challenges and give folks what they want. Meanwhile, resource shifters cast individuals who can't get a handle on what's going on into some equivalent of pennilessness and unpopularity. Bringing up the rear are intergroup tournaments, gang wars ranging from the Lilliputian to the Gargantuan, from friendly baseball games and corporate competition to terrorist raids and nuclear confrontation. Face-offs which force each collective intelligence, each group brain, to churn out innovations for the fun of winning or for sheer survival's sake.
I also notice there's a lot of thinking about the world in like really clinical, cold, cynical view about life. I think there's an underlying assumption about life and human beings, human nature. It's just like this dark thing that's just, you've got to keep it under wraps because it's just about to explode or something. That I think a lot of that drives a lot of this mentality.
Well, I think too, like when I'm listening to that part about resource shifters, so I think that's going to come into play with this idea of propagating mind viruses. But two, I had done that piece about Susquehanna Investment Group, right, and futarchy and betting on public policies. And so when they're talking about resource shifting and quests, I think, and even quests in the educational settings, like coming up with gamified quests and competitions. And you think about the crypto gaming, education is crypto gaming and that sort of thing. I think that feeds directly into all of this, that it's all interrelated. And this idea of risk, betting, prediction, probability, statistics. But yeah, it runs counter to the intuitive. It runs counter to a heartfelt, heart-spaced way of being in the world. It is highly mathematically modeled.
Yeah. Next clip I have is Dave Snowden on agency, affordance, and assemblage. Does that sound right?
Yeah. So this one is short. I really wanted people to notice what he talks about assemblages and this idea of stories, like the stories that shape our worldview. Because, Jason, you've told me a couple times, and I've had other people say the same thing to me, that when you try to engage with people on the topics that from the point of view that we're at, like they'll be like, "Oh, you're a Trump," or "You're a MAGA," or, and for the most part, these are people who know one another well enough to know that isn't actually, but it's some sort of shorthand. Like, if anything, I feel like that's a cognitive neuroscience hack, that like you push this button and this word comes out.
Yeah.
But it's almost unthinking, and it doesn't actually make much sense, or it's illogical. But so I think that when I've been looking at the common fare, and that they want you to tell the stories and the power of narratives to shape our worldviews. When I heard him talking about these micro assemblies that shape the worldview, like that just really hit it home for me.
Yeah, and what blows my mind when that happens is a lot of times it's someone who knows me very intimately, very well, and I can understand someone that doesn't know me has some sort of reactive thing. Oh, you're one of those or whatever. But someone that like knows better, there's a total like disconnect from everything
Reality.
they know about me. I'm like, how could you even like that? Where does that even come from? It doesn't even make any sense, So, okay.
Mindset is a completely nonsensical term, like mental models. It's not the way we make decisions. Consciousness is distributed into the body and our social connections. There isn't a mindset. This is a computer model of the human brain, and it's not like that. And the trouble with mindset, as Nigel said, is if my big program, my wonderful agile program doesn't work, it's not my fault, it's your fault, because you didn't have an agile mindset. And we now talk about this, I'll do more on this tomorrow, but we talk about what has agency, what has affordance, and what has assemblage. And we don't mean by assemblage what he means by assemblage, but that's an ongoing debate, all right? Some of us show respect for Deleuze and Guattari, but basically, agency is what or who can actually act. Affordance is what's enabled to you by the environment you're in, which includes your own history. And assemblage are the patterns of micro-narratives which determine the way you see the world. And actually, that's a much more meaningful way of talking about it than mindset of mental models, because I've described a problem in the way that I can do something.
Yeah. So this idea of micro-narratives.
I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah. And so I feel like that's really important. And even this idea of affordance, like what can you do in the environment, right? You're on the game board as an agent, right? You have some agency, but the affordances are going to be determined by, I think, your digital wallet. And that those and your digital wallet will be what moves you can make in the game.
Yeah.
And there will be
obviously not. It's the digital wallet's just one of the things, but it's clear there's going to be other costs involved, socially speaking or otherwise, in addition to your token and what your token can do. But there's going to be some things that are a little bit more abstract as well. It looks like there's lots of layers to this manipulation.
Yeah.
To the box.
Yeah. And just to be clear, so Snowden, for people who are not familiar, he works with a product called Cynefin, I think. It's spelled unusual. He's Welsh, so it's like Cynefin. Cynefin is how you pronounce it, I believe. He spent a long time doing innovation and product development at IBM, and then he has worked in with Homeland Security, with DARPA, and with the EU on using complexity analysis as applied to COVID. And he's very deeply embedded in a lot of things. He's a boutique management consultant, but very highly connected. So, it's worthwhile to pay attention to what he says.
Yeah, this is his this Sinefin.
I think they say Cynefin or something like that. It's not.
Oh, Cynefin, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Complexity. Okay. Yeah, the name Snowden.
It's a very opinionated individual. He thinks a lot of himself.
I'm always interested in people's names too, like how there's certain names that pop up in certain positions. Like, it's like, is that, that's interesting that name Snowden seems to be a name that pops up a lot. Okay. So the next one is.
Yeah, I have a few from him. Okay, so this, I think I mentioned this before, but it's focusing on inattentional blindness. So this, and there's another clip that really is about the fact that people don't. It's I guess what he's saying is it's biologically framed that you scan a minimum amount of information to make a decision and then match it to a pre-existing pattern in your mind of what you expect. And because of that, because of the lack of deep, detailed analysis that has sort of a biological imperative, if you're under threat, you act quickly and you don't, want to drag it out, and that you're applying it to patterns that you are already known. So if you're confronted with something that is an unknown, the tendency is not to spend a lot of time on it and figure out a new analysis. It's simply to take a quick glance and categorize. And so I think that's like you must be a Trumper, right? Like that's the shorthand categorization process in action. And that just may be why, and the other thing that's interesting is, I think he says like 17% of the radiologists don't see the gorilla and the rest don't. And I thought that was really interesting because that's right around the same number when I talked to Mohita about like, her framing is, I've mentioned her before. She's a Vedic astrologer. And I was asking like, who's the audience for the stuff I know? I don't know who I'm supposed to tell this to. And she said, our understanding is that the majority, most of the people are here on this earth. The souls are in their lower chakras and are here for material reasons, like for the ride, body, sex, food, pleasures. They're in that space, a little bit of love, but not so much. And then she said there's 16% who are here to deal with the social contract. 16 are at this higher level of awareness but she said of those, the majority are actually trying to grab the rails and control it for themselves. So I think it is kind of interesting that it's very kind of close, 16%, 17%.
But she used social contract? That's interesting.
Yeah. Like for the greater, for a large, like beyond the individual, like that the vast majority of people are here for your individual experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then, so anyway, I just thought, so we can play it.
Okay.
So if you give radiologists a batch of x-rays and ask them to look for anomalies, and on the final x-ray you put a picture of a gorilla which is 48 times the size of a cancer nodule, then 83% of radiologists will not see it, even though their eyes physically scan it. And the 17% who do see it come to believe they were wrong when they talk to the 83% who didn't. This is called inattentional blindness, and it's a part of what we are as a species. If you think about the early hominids, the way you make decisions is you scan about 3 to 5% of the available data. That's the most you'll take account of. That triggers a series of memories, and they're not just cognitive. We're into post-Cartesian models of consciousness now. Consciousness is a distributed function of the brain, the body, and its social interactions. It's not identical with the brain.
Okay, sorry. Didn't see that.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to point out this idea that consciousness is socially embedded in your networks and your history and in your memories. And so I just think back to social networking and how they're probably manipulating consciousness and memory, right? Implanting memories, guiding those consciousness interactions. I think that that's really important. I feel like they knew this is something that's been known for a very long time. And so they can manipulate the social networks to embed memories and reinforcements and shortcuts that they'll need later. they can pre-insert, like, look, I've been talking about Eisenstein and his role with the Camelot campaign and all of that. You can go in and you can pre-prepare the grounding to create narratives, these micro narratives, and create societal affirmation around those that will then be reflected upon in the future. So I think.
Yeah. Well, it's the thing of like the pre-bunking thing,
Yeah.
Kind of like
very
that.
much. Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically that triggers cognitive memories, physical memories, social memories through stories and accounts of things we've heard from other people. We blend those together. It's called conceptual blending. This is happening in nanoseconds. And the first blended pattern which fits, we apply. So based on a very partial data scan, we do a first fit pattern match and we act accordingly. Now, if you think about evolution, you can see why we do that. If you think about the early hominoids on the savannas of Africa, something large and yellow with very sharp teeth runs towards you at high speed. Do you want to autistically scan all available data, look up a catalogue of the flora and fauna of the African veldt, and have an identified lion, look up best practice case studies on how to avoid lions? We evolved to make decisions very, very quickly, privilege in our most recent collective or individual experiences. And that's how you all make decisions. And that isn't going to change. So build in decision support systems and strategy processes based on the assumption that if everybody has the right information and the right training, they will make the right decisions, is fundamentally flawed. Oh, and by the way, we have to find the 17% before they talk to the 83%. Yeah, and actually the golden news on this is there are huge opportunities out there waiting to be discovered, but we don't see them because we do not see what we do not expect to see.
Yeah.
We've got to find those people before
there's
they
a
have
lot
chance.
in there.
There's a lot in there.
There's a lot in there, right? Get to the 17%, right? Oh, they're in the holding pen with the other immune.
Well, I remember at the beginning, one of the clips, is it on one of the clips that you have here where he talks about the stupid people, that voted for, to get, because he talks about he was with the European Union and how the stupid people voted to get out of the European Union. Like again, like they made
limited geopolitical framework for somebody who worked with Homeland Security and DARPA. I mean, it's hard for me to believe it's authentic. Maybe he's just spouting off to create a persona about himself.
Yeah, I don't know, but I was just, when he said that, I was thinking about how like there's an incredible arrogance about that. Like he knows better. He knows the right decision, and he's got to be the shepherd to guide people through these systems to the right decision. And then there's a 17% here that are going to make the wrong decision or whatever. These other people over here need to be, held in a pin or whatever. But this has kind of been with us for a long time, of people that, like, on one hand promote this idea of democracy, but you got to make the right decision. Like, we can't actually trust you to make the right decision. And I was thinking about like the early propagandists talk about like the bewildered herd, and you can't trust the people. So you need to help guide them to make the right decisions. Of course, back then it was initially for World War I, and then like different products that they were selling or whatever. But there, that same mentality seems to exist even here,
Yep. Definitely.
So here's another, so this, you want to say anything about this or just roll it?
I think this just builds on that. This is from Rebel Wisdom with Dave Snowden.
The innovation in humans generally is acceptive, not original. And we called it in the EU handbook radical repurposing. If you actually store what you know at the right level of granularity, you can combine it with previously unarticulated needs to suggest acceptive links. So as you only scan 3 to 5% available data, that then triggers a series of body, brain, and social memories. It's not just the brain. They're fragmented, they're messy. You then blend them together to come up with a pattern. And the minute you get a pattern which appears to have fit, you apply. So what we do is we convert the whole of your workforce or your customers or your population. This comes from the counterterrorism work I did in Washington, as a human sensor network, so they can all independently assess a situation and give you real-time maps, which show dominant views, minority views, and outliers. So those are 3 key components. And only then do you move into transcend. And the trouble with most organizational change, it starts with a transformation objective, and it doesn't realize transformation is only ever an emergent property of other things you do.
Yeah. And so I think that idea of distributed cognition is linked to what I've been talking about with the octopus. You have the crown, the central brain, and then the tentacles each have their own brain, and they're the sensor network that feeds information back. So now, we're the human sensors. We're meant to be the sensors of the outside-in robot. Like, won't you be my sensor? And I just don't think we've thought through what all the implications are of agreeing to be that. For what? For a global brain?
Yeah. And I think it's really important to really highlight the fact that he has worked for the military. He's worked for probably intelligence or whomever. He's worked for DARPA. He's talking about counterterrorism, which, those of us who have studied this thing know that there's an incredible amount of fraud involved in that. Whereas like the U.S. government actually funds terrorists and props up so-called terrorists. They're terrorists one day and they're freedom fighters the next. He's already involved in this massive fraud. Does he know that? And he's fooling himself. These are conversations we've always had. I don't know. I tend to think people like believe their own bullshit. But definitely like this guy's not trustworthy right out the gate. So I think that's important.
But I want to say, like, re-emphasize that you do the cursory scan and then you apply a pre-existing pattern based on social memory. And what he says is the memories are embedded in the body and in the social network, right? And so this idea, like if you think about like Q or MAGA or these things, or now the woke on the other side, right? You create these frameworks. You reinforce until they become just habituated and almost automatic.
Yeah.
And then even years later, that structure, that neural pathway is there, right, as the immediate shorthand, so that when you present this pops up, right? Like in the nanoseconds, like, oh, this, I know it matches with that. And so when you think about this being gamed and, I don't know if you even think about like YouTube, right? Queuing up videos, the next video, that's a playlist to guide people into certain ways of thinking and reinforce that thinking. But just imagine having this conductor, right, at a much higher level with a much longer time frame. They could be queuing you up so that like 5 years from now, you're in a position to accept X position based on your collectively shared memories in society as part of the consensus reality that have been shaped years in advance. They could just have us all on damn playlists.
Yeah.
Right? Like they literally could be like, and I speak to the fact that I write based on my lived experience, right? I talk about agritech because I worked at a garden where, the Knight Foundation shows up and said, you should turn all this into hydroponics. I mean, this is part of my lived experience, but what if we get to a point that your lived experience is queued up on a playlist to get you to one particular point in the quest?
I always tell people, like, don't just follow the feed and don't just do the recommended thing, whatever. You have to decide what you're interested in learning and actually seek it out. You actually have to do work. And so many people just do the lazy thing of like, oh, what's popping up on my thing? They don't, and then something disappears and they forget about it. Like, oh, okay. Yeah. Goodbye, Alison.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. What's funny, YouTube actually just now, at least on my phone, I should try it on my laptop, but my phone, I can no longer save videos in any of my playlists or watch later. Because a lot of times I'll click watch later. I'm like, ooh, I want to watch this. And I didn't realize it didn't say anything. And then I was like, wait a minute, I know I put that in my watch list. And I found out like it's no longer putting it in my watch list or putting it in my playlist. When I click on it, it just like, dude, and then the thing goes away and then it doesn't show up in my thing. So I don't know if that's
You're not allowed to choose, Jason. You just have to wait. The playlist knows best.
We don't like the choices that you're making, but we have some recommendations for you if you don't mind. Okay. So up next we have.
Okay, yeah. So this is about steering. And so this is from Patrick Ryan about Homo Directus, the steerable man. and how the steering, what he, and now I would just emphasize that this is his analysis. I think he was with some sort of like 4chan or trolling group. I don't know all those early internet things, spaces. I think he was sort of a controversial figure, but very influential in sort of hacking and trolling and doing cognitive domain management from supposedly sort of the outside, and is now thinking about, he's positing this idea of using not semantic analysis, but word frequency and grammar frequency to chart changes in psychological state of people on the internet.
And the thing there is called the dark stoa. So, I mean, there's the stoa, and I hadn't really looked into what the dark stoa was, but it doesn't sound good. So a stoa is an ancient Greek covered walk or colonnade, usually having columns on one side and a wall on the other. So it's like a walkway.
Yeah. And I would just say too, the whole Greek and Athenian city-state, like that is really, Josiah Ober at Stanford has been talking about that for the superorganism, that the city-state as the model for a networked superorganism. So like when people are going back to the classics, right? And that's sort of been woven into sort of the resistance, is they're the, the classicists and so on. I think that piece, that layer has to be considered, that they are going back to the classics for what reason? Because the logic gates of the smart contract web and this idea of a superorganism go way back.
So what tools do we need? How do we figure out Homo Directus? You can't reach for the nerds and have them help us. But we need some other tools. We need cybernetics, which isn't robots. I know it's associated with robots, guys. It's not. Cybernetics is the study of systems and how they interact with each other. Cybernetics tells you motives of agents, because agents could be human, they could be non-human, they could be anti-human, unhuman, but it just tells you motives. Arguably, atoms have motives in a cybernetic review. Semiotics describes the medium. That's going to be words, emojis, memes. Grammar describes mutation. It's a tough one to wrap your head around, because when people think grammar, they think like strict rules, but it's really a mutation scheme. If you try to move between languages, you'll see what I'm talking about. When you do a shift from like German to English, and you know both of those languages well, you will see the grammar. You will account for the grammar mutation. And psychosecurity describes mass. That's a tough one. Let me break it down. The virality of a meme means the meme had high penetration. It had the ability to blow through all your skepticism and had the ability to blow through all your resistance. So your psychosecurity got penetrated. And because of that, the meme now has velocity, has virality. It's gathering mass. So low psychosecurity across a large amount of people means the meme is gathering mass. The speciation is really ripe. It's like fertile soil.
Okay. So on this, the things I wanted to point out was this idea of physics, the social physics, which again, very deeply involved at MIT Media Lab with Sandy Pentland and John Clippinger. And that's dependent on digital identity, which they were working on that open mustard seed program. This idea that an agent in the system can be various, they can be human and non-human, right? Anything can be an agent, have agency. And so once we move to the digital twin, digital wallet, anything can have a wallet, right? You can have a bot that has a wallet. You can have an elephant that has a wallet. You can have a human that has a wallet. You could have an organization that has a wallet. At every level, those are agents. And so, and for me, when I'm seeing the psychosecurity, the idea of the penetration of the meme or the memetics, that just goes back to Snow Crash, and Neil Stephenson talking about that Namshub, the incantation with magical force. And the other piece is the mutation, because this is the way they're talking about it is describing changes in your outlook over time, and then how those changes interface with the changes of other people and other groups. And eventually he'll talk about it as a weather system. So,
yeah. Well, and he kind of presents himself, I think, as someone that's like, oh, we need to recognize these things and create some sort of defense against it or whatever. But again, who's deciding what is a dangerous meme and what's not? And the whole thing of virality is kind of ridiculous because so much of this is so artificial anyways. Like, I don't think there's anything that's actually organically viral on the internet.
Well, they say the steerable man. So it's not authentically viral. It's steerable. Like, I mean, I guess we even can have a question about viruses, this idea anyway, period. But steering, it's how it's steered through, how you can steer groups to create weather, right?
When he said at the beginning, he said, how do we get to the steerable man? And like, it almost seems like, so like they want to counteract any interference from like their steering. I didn't quite get that, but it was another part of the talk. But he was like, how do we get to the steer? So I need to spend more time with his stuff, but yeah.
The essence of our approach to sense making is these micro impacts. It's like the problem with climate change. It needs to be a micro problem for people before it can be a macro problem for politicians, and we get those things the wrong way around. So the way constructor theory is the first attempt in physics to deal with a system as a whole rather than reduce it to the smallest possible particle and project forwards. So the way constructor theory works is you start off by saying, what's the counterfactual situation? So what is physically impossible? And that defines your space. So you don't start with where I want to be, you start with what's not possible. Then you can say constructors, which isn't a term he invented, but he's developed it, which produce replicable outcome. So, and what the key thing here is whatever has the lowest energy gradient will win. So we've taken our constraint mapping technique and our scaffolding concept from the work we did on alternatives to design thinking, which is terribly linear. And we're basically saying, well, you start off by mapping the constraints and the scaffolding in play, and that creates a counterfactual universe. You can then look at the constraints and say, could we change any of these at what risk? Because that would change the counterfactual space, and maybe not now, but maybe in 6 months' time. So there's a temporal aspect to that. And then you build constructors, and I've given you examples like, myths, structures, rules, whatever, heuristics, and see if they replicate in parallel. And what you're overall doing is you want the energy cost of doing good things to be lower than the energy cost of doing bad things. And this is, I think, the mistake with all organizational development and society change to date. It hasn't understood energy cost. Actually, if the energy cost is higher, you won't do it. So I think that to me is transformatory, and that's the thing which really excites me at the moment.
I really have a hard time just like, I do not like these people.
But they tell you what they're doing, Jason.
Yeah, no, I appreciate this. Like, I appreciate the people that are just straightforward and just like, this is what we're thinking and doing. Because then you could at least, we could talk about it.
So what he's saying is, it's a bit chopped up, but he like building off of this Cynefin framework, which was used, globally, the Cynefin stuff was used by the EU to address complexity and COVID. This is the next iteration, or building off of Cynefin, and this, which was like a system of considered things: simple, complex, chaotic, ordered. I had a harder time understanding this, but I think he says estuarine. It's related to an estuary.
Yeah.
Which I kind of live on an estuary, like the Schuylkill and the Delaware are estuarial rivers that have a tidal flow, and things come up and back. And so what he's describing is this dynamic cyclical system where you create a game board that you're playing your operational space by carving out things that are impossible to change, is what he talks about, and then looking at scaffolding and heuristics within the given space to try to get them to propagate, right, which is the virality, I think. And so when I'm hearing him talk about these systems, and again, the energy aspect, one, it goes back to technocracy, right? Because that's sort of the industrial engineered public policy that is linked to energy, but also the Odom brothers, right? Their emergy, their physics of ecology. To me, it feels like both of those, the technocracy and the Odom's emergy equations, modeling it out, right? So I feel like what he's talking about is a situation that would be perfect for some sort of token economy that had perhaps a DAO, which was representing a dynamic process of participation, right? Where we participate with our tokens. It starts out with a certain set of rules and then will evolve over time depending on us as sensors in the sensor network with our tokens communicating the conditions to resolve, to create an emergent innovation, right? This acceptation, this idea of using pre-existing skills to create something novel, to a novel new form. And he talks about, in his talks, he describes dinosaurs that had these flaps under their arms and then eventually grew feathers for reproductive display purposes, and then they jumped off a cliff and then flew, right? And so these things were repurposed from sexual display into flight, and so they were using a pre-existing skill set into something else. So what I'm imagining, this idea of a globalized hive mind, right? Everyone a sensor, everyone with a set of granular data behind them about their history encoded in the blockchain and their social relationships and their social memories, and then being brought together within AI systems or DAO systems to participate as token holders in like a radical democracy to solve something. Like I really wish Dave and his crowd would just tell us what it is that we're supposed to solve with this. But I think that's the way it feels. And so when he's talking about that, he's not laying all of this out. He's not saying like, yeah, we chatted with, it'd be nice if he's like, yeah, we talked with Juan Benet and, Michael Zergum and whoever the Serafu guy, and like we got, and, Galia, and we're all getting together, on the other side of COVID to plan the thing, like the super intelligence. Like they're not going to say that on Rebel Wisdom. But I feel like based on everything I see, that it would be very much aligned with that Estuarian outlook.
Yeah. Well, I think he said they don't jump off a cliff. He said they run really fast and then they like take flight, while running.
They didn't jump off.
Yeah,
right, they did.
Because he was like, if they jump off a cliff, they would, anyways. Yeah. And then they just discover, I have flight. All of a sudden, it's almost like there's like, oh wow, oh whoa, look what's happening here. So, but also, I mean, ultimately, what he's saying is like, we're just going to use micro punishments and rewards in order to get you to do what we've decided, what we predetermined that the right decision, to get you to make the right decisions in life based on there, and and again, the military and whatever financial backing is behind that.
Well, and in the talks, he has very clear perspectives on what there's no room for questioning around the climate and the standard climate narrative. There's no room for questioning around the standard health narrative. Although I think in this Rebel Wisdom interview, the setup was sort of like, oh, what did they get wrong? Well, maybe it could have been more decentralized response than authoritarian, right? So they're queuing that up. Definitely strong opinions about Brexit. So essentially, there's no room for another reasonable opinion, that people to hold different opinions about things. There is going to be one right way, and that will be encoded to have the least energy with the tokens.
There's a doomsday, if we don't do this, we're all going to die. Like it's the end of the world. It's extinction, Right. And so if it's extinction, anything's, God, we just do whatever we have to do. We'll listen to these people. It's extinction.
Right. Well, I mean, and he's definitely setting up the future pandemic narrative, because he does talk. He's like, well, just wait till you get the bacterial plagues that are melting out of the Siberian tundra, because we got nothing on that. Just wait for that. So they're literally dropping the whole, all of the clues about what's to come. And do you want to believe IBM and, Homeland Security and DARPA, let's not pretend that there isn't a power disparity there.
Yeah. Yeah. And even with the climate narrative, like you have to at least admit that it's being used for these other things, which are actually, you can clearly show the programs that they're putting in place to protect the planet are clearly terrible for the environment, for the climate, for the climate.
But we can trade some carbon.
Like, can we not
some NF trees?
Yeah. Can we not acknowledge that there's a disconnect here? There's a, it's kind of remarkable to me.
Into that, even universalists buy into that. But this experience shows you that there is a hard biological component to grammar formation, and it's instinctual. That's a really important takeaway, especially when we're talking about the linguistic component of memes. English has over 1 million words. The average person speaks about 20,000 of those words. The word cell nerds like myself, we speak around 80,000 words. And even with that wide base of words that we use, we have a home base, meaning we have certain words that we like to use over and over and over again. So you might have seen this concept. It's called a word cloud. To see, like, the bigger the text is, the more frequently that word appears in a body of text. The smaller it is, the less frequency. That's a word cloud, but that's actually a home base. That's a linguistic home base. If you capture the entire linguistic lifeline of a person, I can scrape an entire Twitter profile, like dating back to 2007. So if I scrape all the words a person has ever said on Twitter, and I do this linguistic home base analysis, not only can I build these pretty pictures, I can take these words, put a number next to it, and that number is how many times that word was said. And then I go to ChatGPT and I put in this prompt, and then I paste these words. And it will tell me the personality, the interests, the fears, and the hopes of that person, just based on a linguistic home base. Bro, I am doing it with linguistics alone. So the critical takeaway is the people say that the AI can never emulate the human soul. Wow, AI art's so good. Wow. ChatGPT can see your soul, and this is like version 1. What the fuck do you think 10 years from now is going to look like? So now let's take our speciation concept and incorporate text and linguistics. Now we have morphology, which is really a linguistic home-based deviation. So we have our word cloud, and if I measure the changes over time, I can get the morphology over time. I get branches, I get families, I get speciation. And then interbreeding capacity is learning new words. That's what breeding means, is to create new things. So if someone approaches you with words and then you emulate those words, you have an interbreeding capacity now. Comparison of DNA is comparison of linguistic timeline. I'm watching your words mutate over time, just like I would with DNA. And habitat behavior and distribution for ecology is just measurable grammar. I'm measuring your grammar instinct. Your ecology of linguistics is going to be what words you glom onto and what words you eschew. So now the meme isn't just pretty pictures. I'm looking on all the variations of this. Feels good, fam. Feels good, man. .jpeg. Feels bad, man. Dem feels, right? I can play this morphology with the word, and I can find that way better than I can find photos. Especially when I got ChatGPT looking at your soul.
Yeah. So, it's interesting, the word clouds. Like, I remember back when my kid was in elementary school, and I was following, I don't even know, like, it wasn't even on Twitter then. Maybe it was just blogs of teachers, and they were talking about all the tech. And I was like, oh, I think I was even like promoting some of the tech to the teachers. This is like, like 15 years ago, because I thought it seemed cool, right? Oh, this looks cool. These Wordles. Like, I don't think if you went to somebody now and was using these in an educational context and saying like, oh, they're going to scrape your life, and eventually we'll get to the point that they're going to scrape all of the transcripts of all the videos or all the podcasts or all the chat rooms you've ever been in. Like, they talk about literally they can scrape all of that stuff. And then create a psychographic profile of you to manipulate you. Like, we didn't know that that's what it was. But I think that the people who developed them did, because it was coming out of the military industrial complex. I mean, it was coming out of the MITs, et cetera, et cetera. So, and then again, just looking at it changing over time, the time variable, and then the genetics, like the families and the branching and the patterns. So again, I just want to apply this to the context that we opened with, Jason, like thinking about the people, like our loved ones, our friends, our community, how suddenly our identity, which we don't feel we feel we've grown, maybe we've developed, but our core being, like our core values haven't shifted. But within the context of the people around us, I feel like they're being moved by this in ways that push us off as like dysfunctional nodes, in the fitness landscape of, cybernetics. Like we're not, because we've made taken a firm position that we're questioning, even if we're not like saying that you have to oppose it. We are insisting that there be public conversations about what the implications are for this, which seems perfectly reasonable, that all of this idea of groups and manipulation and, you know, tracking this over time, you know, think about the lockdowns, think about the amount, like, I don't know that every Zoom call doesn't have a transcript. Like, I mean, I know you have an option to record on Zoom, but who knows that Zoom doesn't actually have all of that, like that they didn't make transcripts of everything that went over Zoom, and that they're using all of that to
well, some of these companies, even like your Ring thing, or before that Alexa, when that came out, I mean, it came out that they were actually recording conversations that they weren't, you know, admitting to. So the recording was on when they didn't realize the recording was on. And I think most of us know that when you're having a conversation with someone and all of a sudden you're seeing ads that relate to the conversation you just had, and you're like, wait, what?
Yeah. So, I mean, again, we knew about the digital twin. I guess I just hadn't considered the direct psychological applications of the manipulating the digital twin. And again, like up until 2 weeks ago, you know, I'd had my run-ins online with various people who, you know, who didn't seem to be what I initially thought they were. And those were life lessons there, but I hadn't had something really big in my actual life. And this was the first time that, you know, I'm sort of coming to grips with like, oh, language, social memory, shorthands, patterns. Oh, live in the box we've made for you. Like, and even if you don't agree to live in the box, the version of you that we're interacting with is already in the box.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one is from the Jim Rutt interview. There's a few pulled from a conversation that he and BJ Campbell, whom I don't know, had with Jim Rutt of Game B.
Words are really the driving function here. When we talk about current thingers, we're not talking about psychologically sensitive people. We're not talking about victims who are waiting to get trashed on by whatever their phone and their TV tells them. If we take current parlance and try to describe it and such, we're going to end up feeling pity for the current thingers. But that's not what's going on. These are people who have a word preference. They're very good with grammar. They're very good with language. That's not been observed. For example, I can currently scrape someone's entire Twitter profile. I can grab every tweet they've ever made. Then I do a word frequency analysis of every word they've ever said. And then I gather all those words and I put numbers on the frequency of that word. And so that's their home base. Everyone has a linguistic home base. They have words they keep using. They have words they return to. And you can break this down by time. You can break it down by day or by month, whatever your time frame is, to identify what their linguistic home base is. If you take that linguistic home base and you reduce it down to an acceptable token size for an LLM, and I put that frequency distribution into LLMs and I say, give me the psychology of this person, the LLM will actually give me a readout that will rival the FBI.
And I've also done one. I created a system to take content or just use the public content if people are well known enough and do an ocean personality profile.
You could totally do that, right?
Amazing how good it is.
Now, in this case, I just press button and I have your psychology. Typically, I had to have a conversation with you or I had to read your shit, and that would have taken too long, which I don't have the time for. No one has time for that. I press button. I have your psychology from the jump. You try to troll me on Twitter, I will have the psychology of your entire family in a single click. Do you really want to troll me on Twitter right now? You really shouldn't consider this. This is not a good idea for you.
Yeah. So, I mean, people don't know what they're playing with. I didn't. I mean, I even thought I was pretty informed, but until I'm hearing them, how they're talking about it, like I didn't. And it's important to understand that Jim Rutt, in addition to Game B, he was longstanding trustee and developer at Santa Fe Institute. And that, again, he was connected to Big Chain DB with Trent McConaughey of Ocean Protocol and has this tie, right? And the Ocean Protocol being the repository for all of the impact data. And so I think we have to consider all of this too. And the scraping is like, how does this relate to the children being online and all of the Google Docs, right? All of the online educational systems and how that fits in. You know, they're using Ocean Protocol screenings on children, and Jim Rutt is bringing that in. And they're increasingly talking about how it's going to be automated with AI, and that there may be beings running this that aren't even human anymore.
Yeah.
So it's a huge, intensely concerning issue.
I think a lot about anthropology and like just the history of it and its role in setting up the domination systems that came after, and that maybe the anthropologists didn't know themselves. I think these guys, I mean, I don't know. I just, the arrogance that they have about the whole thing. And, don't tread on me. I can scour you. I can study your whole people, your connections and manipulate you. But
see, they sort of represent themselves as outsiders, I think.
right.
But they're outsiders who agree to the game. Like, I mean, he said several times, like, "Oh, there's no way to stop AI. We just have to do it."
Yeah,
right?
you
But
have to play the game.
Positioning himself to be the winner, like at a high level in the new game.
Right. And then supposedly like, oh, I can offer you protection, through how do they phrase it? Psycho security or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
What we do is we look at all of the different types of disinformation, cognitive attack space. I found this beautiful collection of like 400 one-pagers of all the different ways you can be dishonest in a conversation and ways you can conduct what would be considered information warfare. And I found I found a collection of them. It was beautiful. So I turned it into a database, and I'm teaching people like, okay, if you want to do this attack, here's ways to make it more effective, and then here's ways to defend against it. So we're building this like red team, blue team approach to all these different attacks. And we've also found that ChatGPT is really good at that too. So even with its AI safety layer, there are ways to basically say like, hey, ChatGPT, how do I improve the efficacy of this deception? And then it'll tell you. And then you could say, all right, how do I defend against these individual deceptions? What's most fascinating that I've seen so far is that and these deceptions are all being done to plant new words in people's heads. That's the crazy part. So the purpose of these deceptions, the reason a deception works is because the person has a new word in their mind. That's how we measure if the deception worked or not. So what we found is that there are infinite ways to plant a word in someone's head. There's like maybe 13 ways to defend against it. Here's where things get interesting. Because of the LLMs, before we couldn't do it, we needed teams of people to go out there, understand someone, read their history, blah, 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 get to know them. I don't need that shit anymore. So all I need to do is I will press button, scrape history. Press button, throw ChatGPT. Press button, get response. Now I have your psychology, which means I know what you're interested about because I have your linguistic home base. So once I have your linguistic home base, now I know how to speed run you. I know exactly what things you're interested about. So then I'm going to hit you with the speed run. So now the bot runs in and talks about the thing you like. Maybe it's being a troll, maybe it's being positive, maybe it's being negative, maybe it's being all of these things. We can be positive, negative, we can be odd about it, we can be all kinds of things. The LLM can generate all manner of response.
Yeah.
It's also interesting. He talks about they always talk about the AI as being neutral too, which is interesting because I want to do a whole show just about AI and all the narratives that are floating around about AI, because I have a different take on AI and what it is and what it's going to be used for than what's being presented. And my argument is the AI itself is not a neutral player in all this. Yeah. So I think that's
I think they want you to talk about AI to the exclusivity of smart contracts and all of the Web3. Like they're not ready to talk about Web3 yet till they get the story lined up. But I just have to say too, and I don't know, this might be, but like they're talking about targeting people's families, right? I mean, it's like, I've got your family psychology, and that hits very close to home, like for me personally. And this idea of like, I have my ability to communicate with my child, like I'm respecting their wishes, but I don't know who's whispering in their ear. I don't know who's trolling whatever online presence they have. I don't know. This is high stakes, right? I mean, this is pretty high stakes, and this idea of intentionally going in and sowing division, and there's many people, I'm far from the only one. Many people have had these really tragic breaks with families, not at their desire, right? And I can't help but think that they have all of our numbers, and you can automate it. Literally, like eventually what they're going to say is that you can automate it. So you could just have a queue, a list of thousands of people who fit a certain profile and just unleash this thing on them. Yeah. And it's not real. Like, I think we have to start to realize, like, it's not this isn't it real, but it's affecting the real world. It's just affecting us in really, really very deep, visceral ways. So yeah, it's just it's very intense. It's very heavy.
It is. All right, we'll jump to the next one. So I know you're short on time.
Explosion of text analysis. This is why I doubled down on text analysis and not the fancy shit. Because what do people study videos for? The transcripts. What are people reading memes for? The language that's being used. So what are people mining podcasts for? Again, the transcripts. So all the data that humans are generating from now until the next 5 years is going to be a massive explosion of text data. Massive. And so I'm trying to get this tool in place so I can, before you had to like study a video, it had to have a proprietary system, you had to have all these things and expensive subscriptions, blah, 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 blah. Now this shit is cheap. It's all out the box. We can all do text analysis now. So the text analysis is really like, it seems so ancient. People were doing this shit in the 80s, and it's true, they were. It seems like I'm barking up the wrong tree, but if I think I'm right. I think there's going to be a massive text analysis capacity soon.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's so limited in that frame. First of all, he's talking about memes and Twitter and all this like narrow stuff. And he made a joke about like, oh, the AI can't know people make fun about AI. He's like, no, I totally can know your soul from your tweets. I mean, it's even that alone is ridiculous. But of course, these things will influence us and improve, of course. But I don't think they'll ever be able to improve to the point that they think that they'll be able to have this full, complete picture. Just text alone. I remember I had a girlfriend once and I had sent her, it was before text, so it was email. I sent her an email and she got really upset with me. And I read the email. I was like, I didn't say anything bad in there. And then I read it in a different tone. I was like, oh, if I have a different inflection in this, it takes on a different meaning. And I was thinking she must have read it in a different inflection than I meant, it's because simple thing, but that's not in the text.
Yeah.
So, but
I think the more time people spend online, especially in these micro narratives, they just have shorthands and they're not acting from a very deep place. So it's eroding our humanity, even as it's harvesting us. You know what I mean? Like people are less, like they have less attention, they have less depth, they have less capacity to like hold different ideas at the same time.
Yeah.
I think the more time we spend on these things, the more we get. I mean, I remember when I was still back on Facebook, right? And you'd like scroll and like, oh, what's the newest controversy? Like even among your quote unquote friends groups or whatever, who's bickering with who or whatever, like those things, like, and you maybe don't even want to, but it does draw you into this sort of vortex, right? And so I think that's all by design.
Well, there was another clip I have where he's talking about like how, 40%, he was like, if you pay for advertising, 40% of the clicks are bots. Like they already know that 40% of the bots. So if you're interacting online with people, how many of the people you're interacting as a chat GPT gets better and better or implanting things in your head. But then he says, okay, so then maybe later on you have a chat GPT, you have your own personal assistant GPT that says, no, that actually wasn't true. Which can you even trust the AI in that context anyways? Yeah. But he says, even if you do decide that that's true, are you going to unlearn that? Are you're not going to be able to actually, George Lakoff has a book called Don't Think of an Elephant, which is like, once I've said that, it's already in your head, so yeah. And also like people,
I think about it. Like I'm thinking, think about all of my videos that are out there, right? Hours and hours and hours. Like I used to kind of joke, I'm gonna have a really good digital twin, but like I'm sure they have my number. I mean, at one point there's one that says like, oh no, we can tell when you're isolated, right? And so it's kind of, on the one hand, it's a little unnerving to put yourself out there as a real person. Cause I've had people try to tell me I'm not who I am, and I'm like, no, pretty sure I am who I am, I may be one of the few people who's authentically themselves out here.
But it's kind of understandable too, on defense of that person, because there is so much manipulation, and when you're in that space, you're like, are you real? Like even me with the people that have been commenting for a long time, and then there'll be some weird like coded thing, and I'm like, wait a minute, are you real? Or are you a chatbot? Like, and it's someone that I've even interacted with before online, so it's kind of a weird space. but also too, people are complicated and paradoxical. Like you know, just to put them down of like, this is what you are. Like people are like, if you catch them at the right day, they'd be like, oh yeah, know what, I was.
Are you a Gucci mom or a hippie mom?
I was, yeah, exactly. The personality type. Okay.
A universal language will not be agreed upon by decree or culture, but the AIs will form a universal translator by default. They will be able to translate between cultures. They will be able to translate between language and identities. It's going to be seamlessly. There will be a scenario where I could be talking to a Democrat through an AI, and it's automatically translating my meaning to this Democrat in the words they prefer. And then they're responding back to me, and we're best friends because we're using the words we want, but the AIs are doing it for us, and we don't even fucking know. That's a completely possible future. So that's kind of what universal translation looks like.
Again, assuming the AI is neutral and benevolent, it's kind of ridiculous.
No, I don't think he's saying it's to a certain end. Like they're facilitating. It's a go-between. I mean, it's a whisper down the lane, right? And so you tell the AI something, and then it takes and then it reshapes it into what the other person wants to hear.
Yeah.
Like there's no real, and then think about that in terms of remote work, right? Remote labor, remote teaming. And then you've got these interfaces. It's really, and I had someone tell me too, like they had a language translator and it wasn't consistent with how well it was doing. So they had to translate it into the other language and then flip it and translate it back to make sure that it was actually representing what they meant it to represent. And a lot of times it wasn't, these apps. So, yeah.
Wow. Well, you have one more clip on your thing here. So let's, This
is the concept of the grammar field. Patent pending. What we do is we take every bit of text a person has ever written, and we organize it sequentially over time. Then we calculate the frequency of go words and organize it as ascending values. Let me show you. This is not a static screen. This is not like a TV from the 80s. From top to bottom, we have our word frequency. It's very small to very big. The brightness of the pixel indicates how far it is from the highest value, normalization. So if something is really white, then it's the same value as the highest value. And if something is black, it's like nowhere near the highest value. And you do from top to bottom, we measure the word frequencies that exist. And then from left to right, we take time. So we say the deep past to now. So as time goes forward, the word frequency behavior changes over time. We're analyzing all the home bases over a time window as we move from left to right. And when you go from top to bottom, you're seeing the word frequency gradient. Think of like a gradient, right? This is a grammar field. Now, what can I do with a grammar field? Well, this is my base species. This is my static snow species. And then I'm seeing deviations when I'm studying more and more people. Now, a cloud species appears. And their field looks fundamentally different. I have a new species now. Now a galactic species shows up because it looks like star systems. And then maybe, they're branching in this direction. Maybe something else branches off the base species. Now I have a waveform species. So what I'm having is I'm beginning to identify the actual species that exists on the internet by the only behavior that's actually happening, which is linguistics. So what does this look like? Well, these branches, they create ecosystems where the branches are interacting with each other, right? So we have a grammar field ecosystem 1. It's interacting with another grammar field ecosystem, and there's psychosecurity resistance between that. Same thing is here, same thing is here, same thing is here. And all these ecosystems are interacting with each other with different psychosecurity restraints that inhibit mass accumulation, which in terms of speciation inhibits speciation. That's pretty abstract. Let me flip it on you. Politics says basically neural penetration has authority. And neural penetration could be anything. It could be great stories told about you. It could be fucking stereotypes. Either way, the ecosystem, the grammar field ecosystem, is penetrating the psychosecurity of another ecosystem. Tactics are formed the same way that roads are formed, or the same way that slime mold goes across a place, and whatever trace of slime mold happens to connect the resources, that folds and the rest of the slime mold disappears. That's how these psychosecurity penetrations occur. And it's by hook or by crook. It's a no rules game. Sometimes it's cruel. Sometimes it's holy. Sometimes it's funny. But whatever works, works. We're not talking about politics anymore. We're not talking about identity anymore. We are talking about boring ass numbers. That's it. Your soul is now numbers.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
So yeah, it's just the whole psychosecurity. They got this idea of over time, like the changes over time. Think about like the cesium folks talking about Rev Labardian at NVIDIA, and this idea of if you have enough data, you can go backwards in time and forwards in time, almost like a time machine. Yeah. And like we're living in I mean, even if it's not like a real simulate, like a whole world, they've been building this simulation capacity throughout the Cold War. Like that's the game theory. That's the complexity theory. That's the genetic algorithms. They've been, simulating economies, simulating wars, simulating public policy, simulating all these things. And now they have the computing power to essentially, simulate each of us as individual agents and collective agents in these weather systems, right? And then knowingly to be able to, I mean, think about like geoengineering applied to the human soul, right? It's a little, it's a bit much. And again, I agree with you that he's probably overstating what the capacity is.
but it'll still have a massive impact. It'll still influence us.
Yes.
They'll have an inaccurate picture of what's really going on, but that doesn't change the impact that it has on humanity and people.
Yeah.
Well,
and one clip I didn't include, but he does there was a Q&A and someone says, well, what happens if like you take a break from social media for like a month? Say you go on a trip with your family and you're not really checking in, like, would you be outside of the influence sphere with your psychosecurity? Like, how does that? And, his reply was essentially like, well, unless everyone around you is also outside of it, like you're still going to be indirectly influenced. Right. So I left the mainstream, Facebook, Twitter. I wasn't really ever on Instagram, but I deleted all those accounts. But the people around me were still being influenced, right? Like my spouse was still immersed in that stuff that was I'm no longer aware of what memes, what egregores, what things are being pushed through the weather systems, but it's still ultimately having a profound effect on my life. Right. And then we have to like come to terms with it. Are we going to accept this? And this is, my husband is part of the consensus group. Right. Yeah. And I sort of said, listen, what I'm sensing is that whatever comes out of this, like you're going to find a way to accommodate yourself to it. And I just can't. Like for me, I just can't accommodate to it. So,
yeah. Well, also too, on this last one, he uses the word species, and I have another clip here where he's talking about like, there are no humans on the internet. This is a whole nother species. And I have a lot to say about that, but just the term species, going back to the thing that's a term that's used in biology and horticulture for dealing with natural things. And there's nothing natural about this. So even that, like, it's like an imprinting, like there's something natural about this, which it's not. Okay, so I think right now we'll just stop with the pre-record because Alison has to take off. But we're going to be live here in about, I don't know, like right now.
Yeah. So, and I'll just say, so I'm going to be landing in Seattle for a little bit, being outside, maybe being away from more technology, which will be nice. And I'm going to be crossing the country very likely in my old 2009 Subaru, like probably sometime in September. So I've had a number of offers. If you're along the way, send me an email, teampsila, TIMPSILA, at protonmail.com, and I'll try to sort of figure stuff out. And just as far as comments wise and stuff, like it, I'm moving forward in a loving way, amicable. Like I'm taking this again as an unexpected invitation to this next phase. And so like, no, I appreciate whatever compassion people have, but like no mean comments, because, I really want for our family to be strong and well moving forward through this. And yeah, I'm comfortable with my position as the outlier. Like understanding this helps it be less personal and more have a broader perspective about it. So anyway, so thanks for tuning in, and we'll continue the chat in a bit.
Yeah. Now, up next is Jason and Alison. All right. Thanks, you guys. And we're live. Yeah. So those of you who are like on there, oh, it is pre-recorded. Yeah, we like to do pre-record these things because it allows us to participate in the chat a little bit more. A lot of times when we do it live, at least my intention would be, I'd be reading the comments and then trying to have a conversation. It was like, it's nicer to have just full attention on the conversation, and then to be able to participate in the chat. So that's the logic behind that. Yeah. So if you guys, real quick,
Yeah.
if you guys do, I have a few questions from earlier, but if you do have some questions for either of us, feel free to leave them in the chat and just put a big capital Q at the beginning so I can spot it and pull it out. So, Alison, we have a few more clips too. We were going to show as well, because you had to run. Yeah. So
you have a couple more. Yeah. Well, wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more. I wish I had it. When I was a kid, I had this tape recorder, and I used to listen to, like, I don't know if you guys remember Dr. Demento and all the like goofy. I was into Weird Al Yankovic and all that stuff. But I used to make commercials on the cassette tape. But as a little kid, I'm like, but wait, there's more. Like, I wish I still had that tape. It would be hilarious to listen to. Yeah, so I do have a few more clips that are kind of in this that we didn't get to. So yeah, this one is another one. This was from the Q&A. Actually, let me do this. Hold on. Boom. And then boom. So this was a guy that asked a question in the Q&A, and
This is the Patrick Ryan one, right?
this was the Patrick. Yeah, exactly.
Marshall McLuhan was like the medium, because we're interacting on the
So he didn't have the thing. He was saying the medium is the message, is the famous Marshall McLuhan quote. Somebody was actually asking about that in the chat earlier on.
internet. It's almost like we're forcing ourselves down into the medium, the limits of what it can convey. And so it's almost like it's changing us because of the interaction with the machine. And because that's our main, where the world is going, is this is our main form of communication. We're almost limiting ourselves to, well, we're limiting like you say, communication is 80-90% nonverbal. And so because we're limited to the words on the internet, we're kind of limiting ourselves in communication.
That's right. And what's going to happen is, instead of expanding the medium, that's a UX nightmare. Trying to like make Twitter account for like psychic premonition is going to be fucking impossible. So what's going to happen is these AIs are going to take this limited linguistic space and make it even more magical without changing the UX at all. You won't even need to change the UX. You won't even need to integrate haptics or like neural stims or whatever the fuck. The AIs will take that linguistic limitation and work with it and maximize it the same way books did. And so as a result, the medium is the message, but with that facilitator, the medium is no longer social media or the internet. The medium is this grammar field. It's you. It's your brain. I should say it's how you are responding to the linguistic influences and all the shit that's surrounding you.
Yeah, so I thought that was important. I actually don't really have anything to add to it, though. But I did want to put that up there because someone had mentioned the medium is the message thing earlier on. And if you don't know that, go ahead.
And I would say too, I mean, it goes back to this idea of our intelligence being embodied and also part of our social network connection, and saying like, it can go back to in person once we become the sensors. Like once humans become sort of biological like coordinating sensing mechanisms, like then it can go back to looking like it used to, only with this added sort of parasitic digital overlay. You know, and I keep saying like, it's like we're performing humanity for AI, you know, to train the AI, and you know, that I feel like the singularity is more about this biohybrid computing system more so than just a machine attaining sentience. And so, yeah, this idea that our biology becomes integrated in with this digital communication mechanism. Like, I think that's really so central to the like biohybrid computational model. And so it's not just the internet of bodies or the internet of bionano things, but it's towards this coordination mechanism. And so I think that's where we need to go next, is like the swarm intelligence and the computation. And not, I think there's some aspects of coordination that involves our bodies, but then I think consciousness too is a huge piece. And like once you get to that point of understanding that, then the token engineering, the crypto, the smart contracts, that the net webs of relationship and circuits that are going to come about, it becomes really clear for me. I mean, and especially like seeing how the quote unquote resistance has been set up to essentially lead the way into this new phase in the name of sovereignty, natural sovereignty, in the name of radical democracy or renewed democracy, in the name of classical, bringing back the classics, it's almost laughable. But by this point, once you understand the teaming and the belongingness and the tribalism, very few people are going to walk away from their chosen influencers, right? And the community built around those influencers to say, hey, wait a minute, because the medium is the message. I mean, the medium is the smart contract layer, and we will conform ourselves to fit that.
Well, I also too think like if they don't have, it's like they need something else to replace it with. They can't just be standing out in a field with like nothing. So they need to have some sort. That's why they're going to hold on to their influencer, even though it's not the best. And maybe they'll acknowledge, oh, there's some problems here, but they don't want to be alone. It's like they don't want to be alone in the journey. You know what I mean? And
well, I had someone and they were very kind, and they reached out, and about my situation, and that was appreciated. But they sort of built in this response to my critique of Charles Eisenstein, and also RFK Jr., like the candidacy. And they said, well, don't you think, it's going back. It's just a tool. It's how you use it, right? And, maybe we could come up with some behaviorist apps that are used for good, right? And it was going back to, again, Alison, you don't have the solution. So you just sort of sound like you're too demanding, and you haven't, offered us what we want, and you're just being too difficult. And, and I get that, like, many people want something to belong, but I just said, listen, like, I'm not looking for a hero, like that's not my role in this. But if I were, I wouldn't like choose a guy that keynoted at Bretton Woods 75 with Galea Benartzi and the central bankers. I just wouldn't. And so there's a very, very selective attention band there, a very selective, like they said, oh, well, it doesn't so much bother me that Charles and RFK Jr., Charles made up how they met over falconry. Like, that doesn't so much bother me. And I'm like, well, that's the smallest tiny bit, right? The actual core bit is that he's there with all the central bankers and the Bitcoin people setting up the next, hegemony in the summer of 2019, right? And he's not upfront about that. But people, I can see, I mean, again, if I put myself in their shoes, I know how this works. Eisenstein has put out there people like him to be the magnets for people's attentions and to craft a story. He's very good at sharing a compelling narrative. And so I don't know what to do. Like, again, we're not all coming from the same, like, our minds are not all set up that way, but I can see the extent to which the teaming mentality is meant to keep people in certain stories.
Right. So this next one was interesting, where he's talking about human weather alerts.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, this is classic. Okay.
Can I just say before you start? So
Yeah.
like essentially, like, my husband sort of moved out, such as it is, like, not everything, but like a week ago. And it's literally been gray and cold and rainy for the entire week. And this doesn't happen. I mean, I know, like, we're no Colorado for sure, but like, I was wearing a flannel nightgown a few nights ago. Like, normally when we're approaching July, you're in your, we're in the middle of heat waves, right? We're in the, like, mid 90s to 100 degrees. And here it's like, and on some, the temperatures are great. Like, I haven't even turned my air on. I had to turn on a little bit last night because it was just like a humid, like too moist. But the weather is weird. And so again, these systems, like, there is this interfacing, I feel like, between engineered weather and engineered human weather.
Yeah, it's what's here in Colorado. Is we've had more rain this spring than I think I've ever seen. It's really weird. I was joking, like, when did Denver become Portland? I mean, I like the rain because everything's real green. It's really nice and it cools everything down, but it's definitely unusual.
Like, it's supposed to literally rain, like, until I leave. I'm leaving on July 4th. My plane ticket is for which has never been my favorite holiday here in Philadelphia. So it's kind of apt, but I like the 10-day forecast is pretty much like rain and through July 4th. So anyway, that's my human weather at the moment. It's quite symbolic.
Human. All right.
Having a human weather system is useful because, let's say you have a wearable device and you're just walking around doing your day, and you get boop boop, hey, human weather alert. 5 people are currently under the influence of an influence operation, and they're fucking losing their mind right now. So, keep your distance from them until the weather passes. And then you just avoid the thunderstorm. You just go into shelter. You're like, oh, I don't want to be a part of that shit. So now you don't have to block or ban people. You just get early warnings. Be like, yep, Susan lost her mind. All right, give it 30 minutes. Let the rainstorm pass. And then you're not judging the person because how dare you violate my identity? You didn't use the perfect word. Now you're just like, all right, well, she's having a bad day. Fuck it.
So, yeah.
Well, and that's kind of like I mean, it's certainly not as short-lived as that. But again, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm using this lens with my family. Like, I can actually, like, I have this weather, like, again, this is a more significant weather alert that someone's lost their mind for a few days.
Well, no, it's like your phone
implications, but like, I'm like, yeah, okay, I see how this works. I mean, beyond sort of midlife crisis stuff or whatever it might be, like, I'm like, okay, like, I see how this goes.
But the idea too that just like people are just going to be taking, they talk about the prompt engineer, and we're going to be giving the AI, we give the AI prompts. Well, the AI is going to be giving us prompts. So that's what he's talking about there. He's like, oh, your smartphone tells you, oh, your friend Mary's been listening to Allison. You might want to stay away from her.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, but you've experienced that somewhat,
yeah, big time.
Pathologizing you, right? Like, people like trying to apply labels, right? Like,
oh yeah, a friend of mine, a good friend of mine, it was actually really heartbreaking. Actually, was suggested I should get some mental health. Because I was trying to explain, the Web3 to it's I'm fine, actually, considering all the stuff that I know. I'm actually okay. I'm like, this isn't childhood trauma coming up. This is me like looking at what they're actually building here and going, no, actually, I don't really agree with that. I'm not down with that. So yeah, kind of crazy, but yeah, so we've talked about this, but it does feel like there's something more going on than just like you always talk about. This isn't just like old school propaganda, but there's something that's like on a deeper level, like a deeper cognitive level.
My mother burst into tears, but not over what I was saying, but that I was saying it. And I mentioned earlier on, like, it kind of broke my heart because later on she sort of implied, like, actually when I called her and told her what was going on, that like I brought it on myself because of my hobby. That's literally what she said. And when I said, "Oh, I'm going to go to Seattle for a while and stay with a friend," and you know, and again, there, like, as a mom, like, there's certain normal reactions. You might say, like, "Oh, like, does this feel like too quick, or how well do you know this person, or you have a backup plan?" Like, there's any number of things that would be like maternally appropriate to say, but not like, "Are you still going to do the blockchain thing when you go to Seattle?" Like, and this is someone who couldn't even say blockchain or burst into and I'm like, why do you care about me and blockchain in Seattle? Like, why is this one of the things coming out of your mouth? It's just so strange. Like, it almost felt like she was being puppeted.
Yeah.
You know, and I mentioned too, I put in the chat, but like I connected with a woman that we were we were good friends for quite some time in the education space, and I went out and we met up in person to kind of break the news. And she's very involved in local politics here and democratic politics. And when I came into her home, they were finishing a Zoom meeting, and it was just going on, and I'm just sort of sitting waiting, and all the people were just strung out. Like, they were clearly like exhausted, and they were doing these campaigns, and they were like, and like, once you know what it is, it's very hard to like, and I was involved in things, although I always resisted like it being part of a campaign. People kept saying, like, you have to have a simple message for a campaign. I'm like, I'm not doing a campaign. I'm trying to explain stuff. But she like, as the meeting was winding down, she had a watch on the table, and she goes, "Oh, do you wear a watch? Do you want this watch?" Mm-hmm. And it was just, I was like, no, like, I don't, I mean, well, thank you. But like, I said, I kind of joke, I'm like, I'm trying to stay outside of time a little bit. And she was like, "Oh, okay." Like, but it was a very strange thing to offer me a watch, like, off the table. And then we, like, about half an hour later, we're in a different room, and she goes over to a dresser drawer and opens it and pulls out 2 watches. And she's like, "Do you want a watch?" And I'm like,
we had this conversation already.
Time, really. But I was like, what?
Take the watch.
I'm not taking the watch. I don't want to do time that way anymore. Because, I just come from, spending that time with my mom in the marsh and seeing the cycles of time, like time that were tidal and like much, in the full moon. And I'm like, oh no, I have a sense of time, but it's not this kind. And so again, it was a little surreal, because I was like, how are we having this conversation? This doesn't seem like a normal conversation. So I just don't know. Like, it almost does feel like an NPC kind of thing. Like somebody body snatched for a minute, and I don't know.
Yeah, someone just mentioned something about body snatching on the chat.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy. All right, so here's another one. We'll go.
To what degree is everyone from the U.S. intelligence community to Silicon Valley trying to either weaponize or leverage this environment to their own ends?
100%.
Next question. I wish I was lying.
Oh, well, I used to be a defense contractor, and I know the answer, but I was interested to hear what you thought.
Think Arab Spring, but every single day. Think Arab Spring contending against Europe Spring, contending against Ghana Spring, contending against Japan Spring, and it's all happening at the same time. It's creating a grammar field ecosystem. If you move into a nation and you capture its telecom, you control what people see precisely, down to the meme, which means you can choose, like, well, these people are deprived of information. I can tell them whatever I want, and you radicalize them. And now you don't need to pay contractors. You don't need to send people into a nation. You can just take the standing population there, change how they perceive reality, and off they go. That's genocidal organ. That's the premise of genocidal organ. But all of that is based on grammar manipulation.
To what degree?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so...
Well, and I can't remember if I said this online already, because I have to say, like, we had a realtor come by the house today, which is just so, like, all of your conversations about, like, property and everything, like, it just is coming out in this really visceral way, because, it's like an object. Like, my home becomes this commodity item, and just, anyway, I've kind of hit a wall, like, mentally today, my exhaustion. But, like, when he's talking about these grammar fields, the whole wordles, like the shapes, like the cloud thought forms of all of the words. Like I remember first encountering those when my child was in elementary school, and I briefly flirted. Like there were a bunch of blogs at the time that were promoting the ed tech stuff, and I was like, oh, this is so interesting, but I hadn't gotten to the point of realizing how messed up it was. But shortly thereafter, like all of the testing became personalized and guided by AI, and that like even the standardized testing that I was fighting, I was hearing that like every student would get a different test, right? A personalized test. I'm like, well, how do you ever even have any sort of balanced understanding of what's going on? Like literally you're feeding every child a certain feedback loop. Mm-hmm. And so once you hear what he's saying about the grammar fields and control of the telecom and control of reality and what people are, I mean, again, we've always known that in certain, you know, in low income school districts, right, the kids are restricted to certain kinds of materials, right? With a few exceptions, because you always need, you know, the people who will get the brass ring, and then you lift those people to be the face of, you know, neutering resistance movements. But you know, and it used to be books, right? Like people get different qualities of books, but now it's computer programs, right? Mm-hmm. And this is a setup not just for the education, but to live your whole life. Because in extended reality, it's like you're literally geofenced into the information with the tokens. It's just, it's deep, you know, like you're not going to be able to know. And I guess, I mean, probably a lot of people are fine with that. Cause like I said, my husband doesn't want to know, like it seems like most of the people around me don't want to know. So.
Yeah, I feel for you on the real estate thing. I mean, it's such a fraud. The whole real estate market is such a fraud because you now have these like large scale institutional buyers, including BlackRock, who has like unlimited funds. They can actually artificially inflate and deflate prices at will. Yeah. You know, and so like, yeah, it's. And then there are people like, go ahead.
I live in an 1885 row house, right, in Philadelphia. So it's like a 3-story. I mean, it's very comfortable for our family of 3. Like it's not an extravagant house, but it has all of these original historic details and slate fireplaces and woodwork and, you know, little, you know, shorty clawfoot tub and, you know, and we put a good amount of money in when we bought our house 25 years ago. Like, I mean, it kind of kills me that we're like this close to paying off our 30-year mortgage. Right? I mean, we'll pay, but like I used to joke, like, and again, this is like my husband's already thinking like he's leaving me, and I'm like joking about like finishing our mortgage. It's just so sad in retrospect. But now, like we build a life here. Like we had our Christmases and we had all our, you know, and we had hard things happen here too, right? But now it's just an object. Mm-hmm. And now and this guy who came in today, like, I mean, I hope we find somebody else because he didn't have any respect for the place. It is a place, like a heartfelt, it was just sort of like, and he didn't like my mallow plant. I have this amazing mallow plant in the backyard. It's a native plant. It's over my head. It has these leaves that are like dinner plate size, huge. And he's like, oh, that weed tree's gotta go. You know, like, you know, he's like, oh, that's ugly. And I'm like, no, it's a mallow. It's a glorious, magnificent native plant. And he's like, I don't like it, you know.
I'd dump that real estate guy. I would find someone else.
But I mean, it's just like once you turn your home into an object for sale,
yeah,
it becomes this different thing. And it like in this moment of like being tender in a lot of different ways, I was just like, like he's like, yeah, well, maybe somebody will like this, you know. And I'm like, this is like and we picked this because it had all of the historic, like I remember going through and, you know, anyway, I don't want to go off, but anyway, I know your whole property thing. So anyway.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Like you said, it's a home. It's not just a commodity. It's like, you know, it's just when things are put into this other financial category, and that's kind of what all this Web3 stuff, it's putting everything into this calculating category that's just measured by numbers and yeah, I don't know. It's really
and
disheartening.
then it's like a game because like, again, our house is 25. We totally redid it when we moved in and we did some things, but like now it's time things like would need to be done again. Right. And so, and everybody wants to buy a brand new thing. Right. Yeah. And so, you know, just, it's like, well, how much money do you put into it to get out of it? You know, like it's like this weird too complicated. Like it's this, like I'm sure if you're like a house flipper, you just have the equations and you blah, 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 you put it all in.
Yeah.
Whatever, and they just can do it out of their head. But like for me, I'm like, well, and the guy's like, oh, well, I know some people who can do some plaster and painting. I mean, they're drunk all the time and they do this, that, or the other, but like, they'll get it done. And I'm like, I don't want people like, in my house who are just unreliable. I don't know. It's just, anyway.
That's funny. Well, that's back to that clip though. I was kind of, I wanted to share it because it was, I cannot emphasize how important it is that to recognize that all of this is military and intelligence technology.
Yeah,
and so like once you know that, you're not going to game it, you're not going to game it. You're not even get together with a bunch of friends and these guys, all these tech people think they're so freaking smart, and I think I've mentioned this before, but like I've attended DEF CON, which is like it's one of the largest hacker conventions. And I remember going there kind of excited because I was like, oh, these are going to be the radical people. Because you watch the movie about the hackers going after the government and, they're like anarchists and anti-authoritarian. And then I was like, oh my gosh, like all these people actually work for they work for big corporations, banks. I think the guy that started actually works for the NSA. So it's like, wow, these are actually not my people. They'll dress cool and they'll get like tats and they'll look all anti-authoritarian and actually, but they're totally establishment. Like they're totally establishment. And I mean, not all of them, but there's a handful of people that are probably there that are, but yeah, it's kind of incredible. Well, so this is the same thing. Like these guys are, they're probably all working for the man too.
Yeah. Well, and this young guy, the coder that I was, like he acknowledged it was military, but I think there are a lot of people, sorry, who don't necessarily think of military as problematic. Like, and that kind of goes in with the nationalist framing, right? Like, oh, like we're the good guys, like the good military.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
the white hats.
Like, you're not understanding like the mind control. And again, I don't think that the general populace is well enough acquainted with, and not just the US, like the Soviet Union was very deeply into psychotechnologies and paranormal and all of that stuff. Like they're not understanding that the tools of the military are very much about consciousness. And I think that's the next world war or world peace, maybe. World peace is probably the better example, is to get into consciousness and engineer it in a way that is subtle enough that people will accept it.
There was a clip that you shared. I mean, there's so much, but like, I think, was it Michael Crow? Maybe there was somebody who was basically saying that like the war of the future is essentially the war on consciousness, or, like the war for people's minds.
Yeah. I can't remember it. I know there was like a white paper from the Air Force about it. So
there was a talk that you and I think it was a military talk. It was like a military event. Anyways, it was pretty interesting. So let's see. I got a couple more, and then you have a few, and then we'll also take questions. I do have 3 questions, or well, actually more like 2. Okay. Let's see.
It's one thing to say, okay, well, I think we're seeing this group behavior, but in the process of measuring it, the other 2 attempts, including autocults, still believed in humans existing. Egregores believe in humans existing, and everything else believed existing. But traditional ways to observe humans, the DSM, politics, economy, I couldn't use any of that to describe a single fucking thing that I was looking at. I had to throw it all out the window like Descartes did with this table of knowledge and just erase everything and say what's actually true. And the only thing that was provable was a grammar field. And so that's the big difference, where in Egregore, I'm struggling to come up with an actual definition that's actually meaningful outside of, we all agree we're seeing something here. I decided to say, well, let's measure it. And this is attempt number 5 at measuring.
So you, sir, are no Descartes, but yeah, that they're trying to measure something that's largely artificial, and like it's like a bunch of feedback loops too. You know,
Yeah.
there's another clip where he's talking about, you know, how like at least 40%, probably much more, of activity online are like literally just bots.
I didn't
And
realize it was that high. Yeah. And I
yeah,
guess that, now you can make it pretty good. Like they actually seem
yeah.
like it could be a real person.
Yeah, I'm sure. I've gotten some weird just comments where I'm like, I don't know this, but I had to think about it for a minute. Like that was just a little bit off. But like a lot, it's too. I've had those ones where it's like trying to butter me up. You know, like, oh, you're so great. Like I've gotten some ones that, but there was something off about them. They didn't seem authentic. That I kind of was suspicious. Like, I wonder if that's a bot. But yeah, it's going to get harder and harder to know which one. And then they're going to be studying this fake thing and feeding into it. It's like this big like snowball effect of like nonsense.
I mean, and to me, like the clip that we had about the mining the video transcripts and the podcasts. I mean, I guess I used to kind of joke like, oh, I'll have a really good digital twin, like a really granular one. But it's just a little bit unnerving to feel like all of that is going into somebody's grammar field. And,
Right.
and, and I think maybe if, imagine that they have frameworks for people with problematic grammar fields, right? If you hit on enough of these touch points of things that aren't supposed to be discussed, then the automated geofencing starts. And some of that could be automated geofencing online in your digital world, but then some of it can also be in your real world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of one of those things where there is no, I don't see any redemption here. Like to me, it's just, I was with a friend yesterday who'd come into town for the psychedelic. We just had the psychedelic science conference in Denver, which is like, which is kind of funny because on one hand, I actually am a supporter of people's private personal use of psychedelics. But I totally oppose like the businesses that are being built around them, and especially the data collection and everything. So it's kind of interesting going to this conference. But I was taking her to the airport, and she goes, well, so what's your thoughts on, are you supportive or against Web3? And I was like, well, to say I'm against it would be an understatement. I'm like vehemently opposed to it. But it was, yeah.
I mean, it's interesting that they knew to ask you that, though. I mean,
yeah. Well, I mean, she's in the know about. She's in the know about a lot of this stuff, and she's in that community. So, and she knows that I'm critical of a lot of things. So, and she knows that I've had conversations with her about my concerns, especially when I was working with ETH Denver. So anyway, you never know. Let's see. Okay, this one. Some of this might be a little bit of a repeat, but
the idea of detecting a human will become impossible as AI gets better. You will not be able to tell the difference between an AI and a human. Maybe 20 years ago, when we were all in chat rooms and all we had was text, we could be reasonably sure that it was mostly humans. But even then, we couldn't be sure that the human was who they said they were. So that 19-year-old female in the chat room probably is an FBI agent, right? So even back then, we couldn't guarantee the human was who they said they were. The next evolution is an obvious one to where we don't know if it's a human now. The AI will give it 3 years. You will not know who's human anymore. And when you accept that principle, the complementary to that principle is that I can't prove humans exist on the internet now. And so instead of waiting 3 years to be forced into that scenario, I've decided, well, when could I ever prove there was humans on the internet? And I had a hard time answering that question. I was like, well, what year could I just like drop and cut the line and say, yep, that's when humans stopped? And I couldn't come up with a year. And so for the sake of extrapolation and simplification of theory, I said I can never do it. So if you can prove humans exist, there's billions of dollars waiting to defeat AI somewhere.
Where is this billions of dollars? But the other thing too is it's like it could be augmented humans. So like you think about it, like I could write something and the AI could translate my text or change my text or add something to it. You know, if you're not watching closely, you're like, oh, wait a minute, that's not exactly what I said. Or especially when they do it, they can go back and change things. So,
well, I would say too, think about the grammar fields with Grammarly, right? So like, I mean, a lot of the ads that I get on YouTube are for Grammarly, and it's sort of idiotic. Like, why do you need a Grammarly thing to help you write an email?
yeah.
You know, it didn't really make much sense to me. What exactly was going on with Grammarly? Well, what if it's grammar fields? Like, what if all of that is for these large language models? Is the Grammarly is the access point for you to build out your digital twin and to build up their language model system?
Yeah.
It didn't really make much sense, you know, to me. I mean, I've never used it.
I always thought it was dumb too. And I but I always thought it, like the ancestry.com stuff. I'm like, really? Like, you're going to send your DNA to this company? Like, I always thought that was so dumb for the people to do. But a lot of people did. The Grammarly thing is, it was pretty,
Grammarly ad again.
It was pretty clear. Like it was, about collecting data. Hello, Lynn. Lynn just jumped onto the chat. Someone mentioned Ray Bradbury, and there's a book, and I was trying to think. It was a short story, and somebody knows what this is. I would love to know. I read it when I was a kid, and I thought it was Ray Bradbury, but it was a story about a guy and his shadow, and basically his shadow talks him into like trading places for the day. Because his shadow's like, oh, I'm so jealous. You get to like live this life, and I'm just stuck in being your shadow. But then the shadow like commits a crime, and like but it's kind of related. I was thinking about that story recently, and related to like the digital twin. Yeah. And so if anybody knows what this short story is, because I was searching, like I tried to search, maybe I should ask ChatGPT. But I read it when I was a kid, but I forgot all about it. But when we were talking about digital twins, that story popped into my head again. I was like, oh yeah, there was a story about this guy's shadow, like, and he took over the shadow took over his life ultimately, like he wouldn't let him back in. So like, yeah, our digital twin is going to be the shadow that's going to replace us. Let's see. Okay, so you have a couple clips here too. We can. Yeah, this is. How do you say her name? Aruhu.
Michaela Uluru.
Uluru. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Sorry.
And so then a question is, can we actually optimize in our organization to increase the capacity for self-organization? And how do we do it? So Boardman and Saucer actually have written this book, Systems Thinking, in which they show that there are certain attributes like belonging and action taking and cooperation, which can lead to the emergence of structures around certain goals, and these structures can be deployed on the fly. So we can embed these rules into smart contracts in order to enable the agents to cluster in the most productive way and optimize over a goal.
Cluster.
Wow.
Yeah, sounds awesome.
AI Alchemist, yeah, Singularity Net. So, I mean, I think the key part of that for me is like the weaponized belongingness. Mm-hmm. So again, like once you kind of have these ideas in your head, like I don't think you can look at your feed the same way. And again, not assigning blame to all the people who are participating, because most people are doing it unconsciously and they really don't even understand the terrain that they're operating in. They don't. But the weaponized belongingness, and then the idea of like coordinating systems around a certain goal, and then think about that as relating to the grammar field, right? And that within the human weather system that Ryan talks about. So they can start mining the human weather system for patterning. And, you know, a lot of what he talks about was across like speciation and evolution over time. Like you evolve over time. So you can be like a weather front, literally, like you can be tracking different people and steer them towards literally a convergence around a collective consciousness to accomplish some task or goal. But, you know, and these are things that we've been talking about for a while, but then to me, the added layer of the grammar field is quite interesting because I don't know, I'm an old timer, and I remember I had an English teacher in, I don't know, like 11th grade. I think her name was Jerry Berry, which is kind of, I think it's a tropical disease. But anyway, Jerry Berry like taught us how to diagram the sentences, right? Like the grammatical structure. And it starts to look like coding, kind of these branching patterns. And if we're represented, our quote unquote souls are represented in this way, but it's dynamic in time and they can literally steer people together. What does that mean? Like, do we have a chance to like not do what they're trying to push us to do? And if so, what does that look like? How would we do it without being angry all the time or without being upset all the time? Because I often, like, so much of the stuff that comes in is, like, I find it really triggering because, again, we're such a small slice, and I'm not trying to say like, oh, we're definitely right and everybody else is definitely wrong, but like everything else is so jarring against the framework, the vision that I have of how this is going. All of this other stuff just seems like it doesn't.
And it's not like it's not like we're just positing theories here. I mean, we're like showing actual clips, and they're telling you like it's not a secret. Like it's all out there in the open. Like this is like, but the idea like that, like what right does someone have like these people to say, oh, we have the right to steer people and like manipulate people in such a manner, and it just goes completely unquestioned. It's kind of, even within the circles, you'd think there would be somebody in the room that would be like, wait a minute, like, is that right that we do that to people? Like, do these people have any agency or say in this?
Like in the case of my husband, who's leaving me, he would be happy to, as long as his basic needs are met, like he would be happy to accommodate to whatever the system was. So I don't think he would mind being steered, like, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's the thing. And, when again, we've been together since college, right? And I didn't maybe know that about him, or I didn't know it about myself, that I would be so antagonistic towards that idea. And I'm not saying that like he's a worse person or I'm a better person. It's just different. And I think that the trauma of the lockdown episode and all of this stuff had just thrown it into stark relief, right? Like if it was simmering, maybe, and not popping up just because you go about your daily life and you don't have to think about it. But that was like a shock, like a shock that made everyone stop and consider their position in the game, right? And whatever, the 16-17% of us who are like, whoa,
I wish 16-17 sounds
that,
good.
But, yeah, I guess there's a lot of people who, and I'm not trying to be snarky about it. Like they might not mind it as long as it wasn't too painful, as long as, yeah.
Yeah. So Pamela, thank you. She said maybe it's Hans Christian Andersen, The Shadow. So I'll look that up. And supposedly I'm a descendant of Hans Christian Andersen. So that would be kind of funny. That would be funny. Yeah. So we got this other one from singularity.net.
Yeah, I think you sent me this one, and I thought it was really good. So I think I also said, like, I actually, if you go back to the full clip, I prefer listening to Michael Zargham talk about this stuff because I feel like he's much more straightforward. But this section, they're talking about a social reputation scoring and weighting, using just plain text, like in Twitter or social media feeds, and then retroactively applying behavioral standards and providing a weighting system, and then using that to assess a score, and then the ability to change that over time. And so this is, I think, the head of SingularityNet, and then he's speaking to like a Russian computer scientist who is working with them on this.
Gotcha. Also, too, I was going to mention one thing you had mentioned, that like a lot of people would be okay with being steered. I remember a conversation I had with a friend a couple of years ago about the UBI. He was really excited pushing the UBI. And I was like, well, the UBI is not going to come without strings, and, they're going to use it to, control people. He's like, "Oh, I'm okay with that. If I could just get a stipend, a monthly stipend, I would be, I'd go along with that." I was like, "Okay, we are very different human beings." Okay.
If you have a reputation system with a lot of sources and a lot of attributes related to it that you can measure, then you have a system that will enable you to equalize and balance different signals continuously. Do you see a system like that? Would it be possible? So suppose that we have been collecting data for 2 years, also thinking on Mindplex, for instance, and that system has evolved based on certain parameters that you score certain behavior. I'm not talking about people behaving and not necessarily systems or combination. And give certain points to certain behavior. Do you think it's possible in retrospect to say, for all this period of time that we are already collecting, we want to change the values of certain actions? Because then the system would have to recalculate everything.
Technically, you do can something like that. Start some community running from time from the beginning of the particular period with default settings of the reputation system, and in the end, just get particular scores for every participant in the community. But then you can technically tell, okay, so now let's try what happens if we change the rules of the game. And you come up with different versions of the reputation states for after the 2 years, and then you may have some metric which would evaluate the fairness of the score. For example, in our experiments with the marketplaces, we were considering different financial metrics like amount of money that people are losing versus gaining, or correlation between the assessments for the accounts that are known as fake or known as alien, and accounts that are known to be fair and known to be good. And we were able to verify to which extent our scores are relevant to the ground truth verified scores, okay? And then based on this metric, we could say, okay, well, we have found that the default parameters that we were using over the time appears not right. So we would be changing rules of the game. And technically, what we can do, we can say, well, guys, we need to just recompute your scores. So you have such and such reputation, and you have such and such reputation. Now there are just two questions. First question is I would say policy, whether this kind of update of the reputation state in a community is part of the rules of the game. So the rule of the game may be that the rules of the game may change.
I suppose that if you have a system without a reputation system, say Twitter, and you would be able to put parameters there, I can imagine that you could harvest reputation based on the same computational effort, and then going through the history, seeing all the links. And of course, the computational effort becomes very hard with the liquid part, because that will require a lot of calculation, I suppose. But theoretically, it would be possible to go to an existing system and then retroactively implement a reputation system.
I was doing it for the Ethereum starting day 0, and with no issue it can be done for any smaller system as long as you have the data, and you have the data in case of the blockchain.
So maybe we should give Elon a call and say that we can solve his problems.
I mean, they just lay it out there, Jason. I mean, and the thing is, like, I showed that to my husband too, and I said, listen, like, they're literally saying that they can use just regular language, right? Like that you're sharing publicly, and then apply a structure of behavioral scoring and then rate people retroactively, right?
Yeah,
Like me,
yeah.
imagine like all of my hundreds of YouTube videos, right? And then I get some retroactive score, right? And then and there's actionable items depending on like how many AI bots or how much geofencing or whatever happens based on my score. But then they can go and recalibrate that at any time, which is something that Zargam kind of talks about
Yeah.
too. Like he talks about it in relationship to like the coding community, like online working communities, and figuring out who's in his neighborhood and who's doing what kind of work. This is a lot of connected to the DAOs, like these DAO, operations. But yeah, and it's been baked into Ethereum since the beginning. The guy was like, oh yeah, I've been doing it on Ethereum
Since day one. Yeah.
Since day one, that's what it's meant for.
Yeah.
But no one understands
Damn you,
that.
China.
So
Oh,
few
wait.
people have any conceptual awareness of what it actually means.
Yeah.
Only they'll watch the Black Mirror episodes.
Yeah.
Like they'll watch the TV shows about it. So somehow like that's acceptable to watch a TV show about it. But if like your loved one in the living room would like to talk to you about it, it's not possible.
Yeah.
There's literally like a curtain that comes down and it's like, no, like that will not happen.
Well, I always wondered about that too, because it's like they tell us stuff even in pop culture, like on these shows, like they hint at, like even the Matrix, as far out there as the Matrix was, there actually is an element of truth within that film. I mean, the film, if you view the film kind of as a metaphor, not like a literal, like we're not literally batteries in this wall of, alien thing, but there's actually some truth to that movie in terms of the artificial world that we're going to be living in increasingly through the metaverse,
Well, and the thing is about the whole writer's strike in Hollywood and all of this stuff, and I kept like, our friend Deep D is sort of involved in the media, business, and I was like, and she had shared something, and I said, do you think that the writers actually know what the future of media is, right? Because the future of media is immersive. It's extended reality. And I just, I think they think that they're still writing movies or writing TV shows. And I'm like, I think they're writing reality. Like, I think the plan is that they will, and that they won't actually be writing it. AI will be writing it with some oversight from them.
Yeah.
But you will have a custom curated reality, the playlist of your reality, and it will be disconnected from everybody else's reality because they'll have, they'll mine you as much as possible, and then they'll steer you. And I mean, I mean, again, there are certain conversations you're allowed to have. You're allowed to have the conversation of, oh, yikes, AI taking over writers. Let's have a standard conversation about labor unions and stuff like that. But I'm like, no, it's much bigger. We have to understand what that job description is going to be.
Yeah, totally. Well, I'm curious too, like, I can't wait for the day. I hope the day comes when more people are talking about this, particularly from a critical point. So there's one other clip that I wanted to show. Actually, someone had made a comment on it. So I was like, oh, wait, this is a video from like, I don't know, over a year ago. And I was like, oh, wow. And I went and watched the video again. It was a clip that you had posted that was Gordy Rose. Let's see. But I was like, oh, this actually relates to some of the stuff we're talking about right now.
We're hiring demonologists.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and I will point out, like the guy from, he was from Berkeley. He was in the crypto skeptics group. I can't remember. He was working on cybersecurity for drones or something. And he talked about hiring like demonology, like the amount of big money in academia. He's like, say you wanted to start an institute for demonology. So like these people joke around about that, like regularly.
I'm just going to pull some random thing out of the hat here. Demonology. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Okay. So this one was called, his name is Jordy Rose. It's D-Wave and Kindred on empathetic AI and language as a tool. And I can't read the rest of it.
Language is a way that we use other people as tools to achieve our goals. So it's really deep, right? So we don't usually think about language that way, but when I say something, I'm trying to use you as a tool to get something I want. So in this case, we're hiring software engineers is the main thing that I'm trying to get. So I'm trying to use you as tools to satisfy this need of mine. Now, it's a little bit weird to think of things that way, but if you're building an AI and you go and you try to figure out what is language for, language is this thing that is a way to use the people around you to get what you want, which is almost, it's a little sociopathic when you think of it that way, but it's almost a definition of emotional intelligence, is that if you are so tuned in to the responses or how a person will respond to the message that you provide to them, not only your words, but your language and how you act and what you buy and what you wear and all that, that you can always predict that the outcome will be the thing that you want, you're going to be very, very successful. And say politicians are like this. You know, sometimes you see people and you think these people are just like, man, that guy's got charisma. Like I met Bill Clinton once and he was like, holy shit, I've never seen this before. It's like there's sparks flying off this guy. What was it? You know, he's just got something. And I think that that's a thing that you can measure, and it's a thing you can improve. And I think that it's going to be a part of AI in the future. Not only this kind of idea of like super rational, but also super good at getting what they want. And that's not a bad thing, right? As long as what they want is something good. Like, for example, if the AI is programmed to want to make you happy, say, you might imagine that it will do whatever it can do to achieve that objective, which might mean this sort of thing, you know, giving what you really need when you need it.
Humans like ice cream. Yeah, I mean, it's for one, it's like such a cynical way of looking at the world, like that's, you know, he's narrowed language down to this one function that happens to be selfish. It's kind of interesting way of looking at the world. But yeah, I thought that was interesting, especially in lieu of these grammar fields, you know, using the language to get what
it feels like spell casting. I mean,
Yeah.
and going back to the snow crash and the Namshub of Enki. And yeah, if you go on my blog and you put in snow crash or whatever, it should come up. Like I wrote a big post about Sumer, because in Philadelphia, the University of Pennsylvania has a very esteemed museum of anthropology and archaeology, and they have a lot of these tablets from Babylonian tablets and Sumerian tablets from that era. They went over in the, I don't know, mid-19th century maybe, and they did these big excavations. And so I feel like there are these overlaps with Philadelphia and these, like, the idea of the Namshub. And, you know, again, we've got Wharton, we've got blockchain, we've got free markets, we've got free, you know, markets and social impact finance, and it all feels like it's all swimming together. So I don't know, maybe it's time for me to jump from the Philadelphia frying pan into the Seattle frying pan, you know?
Yeah,
Learn
go
a new
have fun
landscape.
with that. Say hi to old Bill Gates out there for me. So we do have a few questions. I'll just quickly go through these. And I wonder if it is possible to start creating a physical community away from these new technologies. Oh, I guess that's not really a question. Like looking to the Maroons. Oh, I'm not familiar with that. Only now are we facing emergence. So that's not really a question. Sorry, I shouldn't have grabbed that one. Well, it is a question. I guess it is a question. Do you want to? The question is just about creating physical community away from these new technologies, like looking to the Maroons. I'm not sure what the Maroons are as
The Maroons,
inspirational
they were,
only as we were facing emergence.
Enslaved people in the Caribbean and the South and Brazil.
Okay.
Who fled slavery and went into the swamps in like remote areas to set up their own communities. And so, yeah, so I'm just sort of revisiting all of this because initially, you know, my sense of this is that there's not one solution for all people, right? You have to figure out what makes sense for you. And so up until recent times, I was like, well, you know, I'm never going to leave my family, you know, to do this work. And my family isn't of like minds with me. So I will stay with my family and I'll do my work here. Like that's what feels right for me. Again, and I've often said, you know, if people are looking to set up community, don't do it because you're running away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
that you think that you can run away from it because it will be everywhere, but do it because you feel like by embodying this work that you find it personally fulfilling, and that it's a way to do it in the face of what is unfolding, not because you've just tried to escape it, because I don't like it's run from outer space, right?
Yeah, you're not going to escape
the
it.
remote Amazon, right? It's not going to do
Right.
that. So,
But there's things you could probably do to maybe, mitigate some of its effects and, and then connect with other people. I mean, there could be benefits from that.
and
We'll
see,
call
I
them freedom cells. And
don't do that. Freedom.
Freedom.
Cells. Well, even think about the whole cell in terms of the organismic approach, right? Like it is a cell. Like all of this stuff is a compute cell. Like these digital identity cells. Like it's all the language is actually very, very telling. If you with this new information, it's getting clearer and clearer what that was. And again, for me personally, I felt my role has been to sort of scout out and lay the contours of this. And I was never going to leave my family to do that. But now my family has stepped away from me. So, okay, I'll be the unconventional one. And we are like, again, I need to walk into a story that has possibility that isn't a tragedy. And so I'm taking this as an invitation to do something completely different. And there are things on the horizon, like I might relocate to, another country and try to set up something more natural. There's part of me that doesn't want to be an ugly American doing that. But at the same time, like this goes also beyond nationality, right? And I don't feel a whole lot of attachment to this country at this point. So, and I'm open. And, there's a lot of people, like there's a lot of particularly women of a certain age in their 50s and 60s where their families walked away from them. Like I know quite a number of people that are in far more precarious circumstances than me. And, I remember us talking about it during the lockdowns, like, wow, if we could just be somewhere all together around a campfire, like how amazing would that be? Again, not because we think that we're going to run away from it and then do our remote crypto paid labor in our yurts or something like that, but some other thing. So, so I'm going to lean into that, but at least it's something on the horizon. And because to me that feels right. Like at this point, I feel like, I've got the door is open to unconventionality. And so, and clearly there are people who've, are familiar with our work, who have been working in permaculture and, sustainable community, like in the nice way, not the United Nations way, like,
not the blockchain way.
Yeah, for a long time. So so it'll be my new kind of learning. I really feel drawn to the natural stuff too. Like even being in the Pacific Northwest, like there's something, again, listen to your intuition. And for me, it was this idea of, like the mycelial networks and the moss and the water and like maybe for me, that's the next step, is to step away in some ways from this stuff. Cause I think I've got a pretty good handle on it. And then listen to the natural world, like in a really intentional way.
Yeah. Roma asked, can they use swarm intelligence to attack people physically too? I don't know if it's the same as gang stalking. I mean, I imagine.
Well, I mean, I think that I've, people who identified as targeted individuals have reached out to me. And, I think in the Ukraine, I might have mentioned it, or you, in some of the stuff in Ukraine, they were using like open source intelligence, right? And apps to like report conditions on the ground for different things. And those apps came out of Silicon Valley, and it's sort of like micro work, like, M-Turk kind of work or pop-up work. And then it got parlayed into sort of military surveillance technologies and things. But those very same sort of platform infrastructures could be used to target people in ways that aren't even clear. Like you might, I've often wondered on some of the stuff, like with the mask wearing in public places when people were like really barraged with meanness, if that wasn't part of somebody's job to go and do that, like roam the grocery store and do that work. And so anyway, that was the speculation that I've heard from a couple people who identify as targeted. that these platform apps, and again, once you understand that the difference between like what is reality, like that these narratives are going to be coming through, and it's a lot of it's going to be weirdly live action role play. Like there's going to be weird live action role play elements, and again, going back to Stevenson, that was a key part of the Diamond Age. Like that there was a woman doing blockchain payments, doing ractoring, or being a private tutor to a girl through a tablet. Again, he wrote this in the early 90s before iPads were public. And so there was that immersion. But later on in the story, one of the key elements is the man and his daughter end up on a ship in London. And the whole thing is a live action role play where he turns out to be an actor in the performance and he doesn't know it. And so again, with these apps and coordinating platforms, like what's real, what's really happening? Am I in a play? Do I know I'm in a play? You know you're in a play. You know, like this stuff could get
the
really
Magus,
weird.
the Magus, was it the Magus?
Yes, the Magus. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. Like, I mean, it's possible. And then beyond swarms, like we're also looking at, you know, food additives and nanomachines and controlling your, you know, these folks are super interested in the gut, your gut biota, right? And the vagus nerve in your mind. So, you know, I could totally see, again, dual use, right? They'll probably come up with some like new therapeutic treatment to like treat depression by remotely managing your gut biome.
Yeah.
Oh, but we could also use it for other stuff. Like we could also get it to like make you walk over to a dresser and offer your friend a couple watches once you did them on your watch. You know, like I don't know. What
Take the watches. That's funny. Someone asked about.
Yeah.
Someone asked about egregore. They wanted to like know more. I posted the Wikipedia on it. I don't know. Do you want to say anything else on the egregore?
I mean, I think it's sort of a social thought form. Like it's a collective thought form. And then increasingly, I feel like these thought forms are getting woven into the digital networks. So they're whereas before you might have a zeitgeist, right? Like a thing that goes through a community in a more ephemeral way, that it's becoming encoded in the Ethereum smart contracts. And even think about it, Ethereum, like Ether, right?
Yeah.
Like there's something that was that, but then it's become more manifest in the material through the digital network.
Yeah, maybe I'll create a little watch logo now for our show. Take the watch.
Trying to set up a new mind virus. Yeah.
So I'm not sure what this one is. Maybe if you're out there, you can still online. At one point years ago, you asked a question and talked about something, and I tried to answer, but I didn't have use a timestamp where I could clarify. Okay, I'm not going to skip that because I don't really know what they're asking. No. If you want to clarify, whoever was asking that, that would help. So do you guys find mention remedies for when we get triggered? Grr, these guys. Any remedies for when you get triggered?
Well, I mean, for me, I mean, understanding the system helps, right? Like, because then you see the technique.
Yeah, just seeing what's, it's like the magic trick. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like once you've seen it, you're like, oh, I know what that is, right?
Yeah, it's like they're playing you. You're being played.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what it's for me, is like once you know the structure, and then you can kind of again have empathy for the people who haven't seen the trick, you know, because they don't get it. Yeah. And like there's only, you know, so much you can do, and yeah.
Someone asked about Kaczynski being moved to North Carolina Medical Facility. I don't really have a thought about that. Yeah, that's not really something that's really in our wheelhouse, or, you know, I don't know if you want to say anything about it, but I actually think that Kaczynski story is actually being weaponized.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to paint people that are questioning things as being somehow violent, and it's useful in that. I think that's why that film came out recently. So I think it's to me, it's kind of
if you question the technology, you fit into this category, right? And that's apply the pattern. That's the apply the pattern.
Yeah. So if they can equate people like us who are questioning some of the technology with Kaczynski, that would go a long way in like isolating us, you know?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember, like a while back, Derek Brose was actually talking about a little bit of stuff, that I had been talking about, but it was spun in a weird way, and he was mixing Kaczynski.
He was connecting it with Kaczynski. Yeah.
I was like, that's not the story.
Well, and that's the story. They say, oh, they're Luddites, which first of all, people don't know what the actual Luddites were. They weren't anti-tech. They were just anti-losing their jobs. So the story of Luddites isn't what people think it is anyways. But like, I'm not against technology as, you know, if it's a tool that I'm, you know, if it's like a camera, like I guess I could, you know, say there's problems with the camera in terms of how it was sourced and all of that. But you have this technology that's not just it's not just like me creating images and then sharing them with people or something. It's having a relationship with me. It's like an entity it's becoming an entity in and of itself that's steering us. Like that's to criticize that doesn't mean that I'm like some loony, you know, anti-tech nutball or whatever. But there are still serious problems that need to be discussed, even with like, you know, cameras that I use, like the resources and the labor that goes into it.
Even you think about though, like the cultures that really resisted having their images captured.
Yeah.
You know, for a long time, like across different, and to think about like what you said about your shadow, right? Like maybe there is. I mean, not to throw shade on your profession, but like maybe there actually was something in those cultures that was like, oh, like,
there might be a point. There may be a point there. Yeah.
Like they were on the early.
Yeah, because it's like this artificial representation. I mean, even me, I film a bunch of stuff and then I edit it down.
Yeah.
I'm not telling the whole story, or, you know, you can spin it. You can make it look like something that it's not. And that's even before you get involved with AI and deep fakes and all of that other stuff. So yeah, I mean, actually, even in the Bible, I know there's a lot of people that follow our work that are Christian. The whole graven, you know, don't create what's this whole thing, like the engraven images and whatnot. Yeah. So yeah, there's definitely a point that could be made there for sure. Because I mean, when people don't know the difference between the representation versus what's being represented, that's a big problem, you know. Yeah, people don't know reality.
You know, and it's interesting, just this idea of, you know, whether 16 or 70% the outlying group, because like when he was talking about what this programmed cell death or cell apoptosis, that in the landscape of collective evolution, those who are not contributing towards the resolution of the goal, which, you know, at this point seems to be some sort of biohybrid organism, right? Those of us who aren't actively advancing that goal become pruned. That's part of the reinforcement. So if you're you know, helping advance that, then, you know, Vitalik Buterin are probably way up high, like reinforced. And then those of us who are like, wait, there's but there's another side to that story. And then we get pruned off of that. And oh gosh, where was I going with all of that? But just, oh gosh, I lost my train of thought. It's too late. I'm sorry, Jason.
That's okay. It's been a long day, and it's been a long.
I had to wrangle with a mean realtor guy today.
Yeah.
Where were we? We were talking about the graven images. Oh gosh, where was I going with all? Oh, the cell apoptosis. Okay.
Yes.
So now I'm back on it. So in the collective evolution, it is like self-sacrifice of the non-contributing nodes to go off themselves, kind of, essentially is what they're saying. Like, if you're not contributing toward the resolution of the goal, just go off and die, because like we need the resources to reinforce the functional nodes.
Yeah.
And so I can, and then he talks about how social isolation takes a physical toll on people and their bodies, literally.
Yeah.
And so imagine in the pre-digital age, those 17%, like, the chances that you would find another person in your immediate physical proximity that was also of that category, like maybe one or two, like there's not going to be many. And so from an evolutionary standpoint, there's probably not enough of a support network for those to avoid a bad outcome, right?
Yeah.
Like the process goes. But within the digital networking space, the 17% can find one another, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
More easily. And again, how are we finding each other? Is it unaided? Is something sending us around? You know, is someone making these introductions? Like, like at what point is it a someone? Is it a something? And then are they charting that? Because that what's his face, Snowden, he was like, well, we got to intervene in those 17%. So you think they certainly know who we are.
And I like that when he says, we need to catch them before they talk to somebody else.
83%.
Don't worry, Dave. Nobody wants to listen anyway.
Yeah. So like, again, for us in self-preservation, like we can find each other online, but not in real life. So it's just, it's a conundrum.
Well, I was thinking, when they always talk about efficiency, like we need a more efficiency system. And I'm just like, more, bigger, better, faster, efficiency towards what, like what do we, why do we just have to just keep going? Like, are there no limits? Like, and just like so much of this is just complete madness to me. Oh yeah, so EW was saying that they need a call number. I've actually looked into taking calls. I may do that at some point. Do a call-in show. It would probably be a mess, and it would be. But I know that like there's some other YouTube channels that do take calls. Maybe we'll do a call-in show one day. That might be kind of interesting. I don't know if you'd be interested in that. So yeah. Anyway, so I know we've been going
pushing midnight here.
Quite a long time. Yeah. If there's any final questions, throw them out now. But thank you guys all for joining us, and thank you, Alison, for spending the time to go through all this stuff. I
wish we could have talked about this without this context, but.
Oh yeah, true.
So the thing is, for me, I feel like I need to sort of pull back and reground, like. Have an opportunity to be outside more and be more physical, which I think will be good for me, and be connected to nature. And so, like, I'm sort of feeling like prioritizing that until maybe come the winter, which is not to say I'll be totally absent from here or my blog, but I feel like, it'll be a bit before people catch up. By the time they catch up, they'll have a new story to spin it that isn't the story how I would present it, but what have you. So I appreciate people's attention and things, and I'm just sort of figuring stuff out as I go along. But I'm going to probably, not because my mom said to back off my hobby, but just because I feel like my intuition is saying, like, maybe my classroom is nature for the next, for the warm season till it gets chillier, and then.
Well, I mean, really, there's so much content out there, anyways, for people to be, to gnaw on. And then maybe, more people can start looking into things. We've mentioned this before, but like take some of this information and look around where you live, because this stuff is, we've traveled to quite a few places, and we find it's happening everywhere, just about. So, wherever you live, you'll probably find elements of this that maybe you can report on and share with others, because then it makes it, like, that's what I like about us doing the site visits, because we're like, hey, we're not just making this up. Like, we're here. This is where they're doing this thing. Yeah. So, all right.
And I just want to say too, one last thing. It's just like, I have a recent blog post. I had an interesting encounter with an oak tree and these amazing acorns. And I think, a lot of the resistance got so bitter over the last few years, lots and like very ugly. Never forgive, never forget, never. And I think, I still believe in my heart that love wins. Like, I believe that's, I just, on the solstice, a friend and I, we set this beautiful, lovely intention for healing for our families, and on this oak stump, and we read from The Wrinkle in Time, like, what does IT have, what has Meg got that IT hasn't got? And it isn't hate, it's love. And so I feel like if we can, like, model offering like an authentic bridge back, again, not to say like it didn't happen or it doesn't matter, but to say that we all make mistakes as humans, and that we can still find a place of forgiveness and love for one another. Like, that's the thing I feel like in this moment is so valuable, because AI can't love, this shit can't do that, and it can't offer forgiveness. And so I think for me, it's definitely going to be ups and downs, right? Like I'm not just being a Pollyanna about all of this, but I think if we can model that, and I think that that's something that could wave out from us, and I'm hoping to use this weird situation as a way to model that a little bit. So
awesome. All right, thanks you guys.
Good night, everybody.